Hi, I'm Lisa Gar, host of Gaiam Inspirations. Doctors at the hospital had given Anita Morajani only hours to live when she arrived at the hospital, and she was unable to move. She was in a coma as a result of the cancer that had ravaged her body for over 3 years. And Anita is here today, and she's here to share her experience of entering into another dimension and being given a choice whether to return to life or not. And her entire story is outlined in her book, Dying to Be Me, and she is here today. Hello.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for being here. And what you brought back to share with us is incredible. Do you look in the mirror every day and just thank God that you're back?
Oh, gosh, yes. Every day I think, wow, what a gift just to be given this second chance at life. Mind you, even though it was amazingly beautiful in the other realm.
Right.
And a huge part of me didn't want to come back.
We're going to talk about that, but I want to back up for a second to your childhood and how you grew up. Where were you raised?
I was raised in Hong Kong.
Oh, you were in Hong Kong. And what was your upbringing like? Was it a fairly strict upbringing?
You know, parts of my upbringing was really magical, but there was a lot of parts that was also confusing because my parents are Indian, they're Hindu. I grew up in Hong Kong, but because they wanted me to be able to speak English, they put me into a British school. Most of the local schools in Hong Kong are Chinese. So they put me into a British school. So there I was in a British school. The other kids in my class were all Westerners. They were all British kids.
Okay.
I was pretty much the only Indian kid. So I got bullied a lot because I stood out. And so I got discriminated against quite a lot. I didn't speak to my parents a lot about that.
Oh.
In Indian culture, the gender disparity between men and women is huge. So women are seen as second-class citizens. As a little girl, I sensed that because even as a very young child, I remember somebody actually saying to my mother, were you disappointed that your child was born a girl?
Oh, wow.
You know, and so I already had a sense that, that I was inferior because I was a girl.
So with that growing up, were you also assumed into an arranged marriage? Did
Yes.
you? Okay. So.
And I rebelled against that. But what ended up happening was that my parents did arrange a marriage for me on the last day, just in the last days running up to the wedding, I ran away.
Oh, wow. How old were you?
I was in my very early 20s.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. All of this by your early 20s.
Yes.
But something gave you the courage to run away because you had to have known that was coming. This is involved. Yes.
Yeah.
Where did you go?
Now, the wedding was I ran away to a friend's house in India. And
You ran far.
I ran far. I hid out for a month. I stayed at her place. My fiance's family were very, very upset, and they were looking for me.
Oh my goodness!
Yes.
What would they have done? Well, with all of that, you mentioned the word fear several times.
Yes.
And when you grew up around several situations of deep, deep fear.
Yes, I did.
At what point did you realize that you had cancer?
Oh, in fact, later it's interesting, at the time when I was settling down, ready to settle down, and I met my husband, Danny, who is actually amazing.
Did you marry?
So we got married, and then I did start working for a few years, but when we were ready to settle down and have children, that was when I started to notice something was wrong, something wasn't quite right. I noticed a lump in my neck, in my collarbone. And I went to have it checked out at the doctor, and it started out where the doctor said, it could be just a swollen gland. I'm going to put you on antibiotics, but it didn't go away. And then they did a biopsy and they confirmed it was lymphoma.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So that was a shock.
At what age was this?
I was in my late 30s, in my 30s.
We actually have a picture here of you with your...
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley from MELCHIZEDEK, and this is it. Last chance to win this stunning
husband cutting your birthday cake, and this was I'm not sure what birthday this was. It was.
Oh, this was, in fact, this was well into the cancer after it had progressed quite dramatically.
Okay.
So
And so you were going through the treatment with Danny. He was there by your
Yes.
side the whole time. Do you believe that fear in any way was something that you were so obsessed about that you attracted it in any way? That's a very odd question to most people. But
yes, and I'm going to explain and qualify this because I don't want
right.
people to think that they can attract cancer with their fear.
Okay.
But what I want to say that happened with me is that I feel I spent a lifetime coming from a place of fear. As the cancer progressed, though, as I got towards the end, towards the day when I went into the coma, which was February 2nd, 2006, as I got closer to that day, I couldn't even go out. I couldn't leave the house. I always wanted to be at home and not stay in hospital, but I had to keep going into hospital for treatment. And so on February the 2nd, I just went into a coma. And I was at home that morning, and my husband called a doctor who said to rush me to the hospital. And my organs were now shutting down. And the doctors said that's why I was in the coma and that I wouldn't even make it through the night. I wouldn't be alive the next day.
So you went into the hospital, and they say that the systems start to fail right
Yes.
before somebody actually passes over. What was your experience? Do you remember going to the hospital?
I do. And the thing is, what I didn't realize was that I was in the coma because I was aware of everything that was going on around me. And then even when I was rushed into the hospital, I was aware of what the doctors were saying to my family. And they put me in the ICU, and they were putting tubes into me and the things they were telling my husband. And I was aware of everything. And then
Because you could hear it, or because you
I
could
could
actually
even see it. I
Yeah.
could see them. I could see the doctors. These were doctors I had never seen before, but here I was seeing them treating me for the first time because it was the doctor that was on duty at that time.
Did you have a perspective as if you were above looking below, or were you in your body looking out? Do you remember?
It was really strange. This is a part that's really hard to explain. I was no longer in my body. In fact, I could see my body on the hospital bed, and my body looked really small and insignificant because I felt incredible and expanded. So I wasn't like at one place. It was like I could be everywhere. Wherever I put my awareness, there I was. If I put my awareness on my husband, I was right there with him. Almost being him. It was like I could feel his emotions. My mother was there. When I put my awareness on my mother, I could feel what she was feeling. Then I would put my awareness on the doctors, and I could feel the hopelessness they were feeling. There's no separation. It's like when I was without my physical body, the physical body gives you this feeling of separation. Without the physical body, it almost feels like I'm fluid or etheric. I could be anywhere and everywhere at the same time. You know, what I realized in that state, in that realm, was I became aware of how amazing and magnificent and powerful I am. And I just felt incredible. I felt like I was free.
Yeah, it's boundaryless.
I was so free from that painful body because I had been in so much pain and discomfort. You know, and at first I didn't want to come back. So I was aware I had the choice. I was aware I was dying. I was aware I had the choice, and I looked at my body, and there's no way I wanted to come back to that body. It's sick, it's dying,
it's small.
I was suffering, it's small, it's restrictive. I was suffering, my family was suffering, taking care of that body. And then I encountered my father, and interestingly, even my best friend who had died from cancer. But when I encountered my father, I realized he had been with me even through my wedding. He'd been with me through my illness, and that he loved me unconditionally. He didn't judge me at all. It was like he completely understood me.
Ask you about your father.
Yes.
Did you feel him?
Oh gosh, yes. I felt him, and you know, it was like we merged. We communicated.
Let me give you some advice. The process of doing your
Communicated not like linguistically like we do here. We don't have biology, we don't have voices, but you don't need it there. It's like we merged and I knew exactly what he wanted me to know. Just in an instant.
In detail, too.
In detail.
Yeah.
And there's no room for miscommunication.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That is, but you got everything as if he would have said the words, but he didn't. There's no words needed.
There was no words needed. And what I understood was that just as much as I thought I was a victim of my culture, he was a victim of our culture too.
Oh, wow.
So whatever pressures I felt from him and his strictness and whatever I felt, it was because he was equally a victim of the same culture. So it was just his pure essence and my pure essence. And all we had for each other was pure, unconditional love.
Did he apologize in essence at all? Did you feel that from him?
I felt that energy, but at the same time, I felt that I didn't require him to apologize because there's this instant empathy and understanding, like, oh, you were a victim of the culture too.
Yes.
It was like, I understand. And so there was no need for apology or forgiveness or anything, because suddenly you see right through the person to who they really are.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
It's just the most incredible, beautiful state.
Yes. So then you looked at your body, and what made you possibly want to get back in there? I mean, I think it's obvious to us here, but what was that moment like?
Okay, that moment was when I understood that heaven is not a place, but it's a state. And whether I chose to stay there or come back into the body, now that I knew what I knew, I would bring heaven with me. And I understood that now that I knew who I really was, my body would heal very, very rapidly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Heaven is not a place, it's a state.
Yes.
And you brought it back in with you.
And you can carry it with you. You bring it with you. You create it. You bring it with you.
So you opened your eyes. Or
Yes.
how did that moment occur when you came up out of the coma?
So I was in the coma for about 30 hours. And because there's no time and space there, I felt so much happened. But when I started to open my eyes, everybody was really shocked that I was coming out of the coma. And
Your vitals started coming back, and your
Yep. And within a day, I didn't need the oxygen anymore. By the following day, I was telling them they can remove the food tube, that I was ready to eat solid foods. The doctors wouldn't believe me. And they said, no, we've got to keep the food tube in. And I said, no, I'm ready. I know I'm going to be fine. And I started to tell them things. Like, I recognized the doctor who was there to see us when we entered the hospital. You know, when he walked in the room, I said, good afternoon, Dr. Chan. And he said, how did you recognize me? And I said, aren't you the doctor that was there when we came into the hospital? And he said, but you were in a coma. How could you have seen me? And things like that were happening. And then I was saying to my husband, isn't he the doctor that said I'm not going to make it through the night? And my husband said, he didn't even say that in the room. He said that outside down the corridor in the nurse's station.
Oh my goodness.
And so all kinds of these things were happening. And I was telling them all the procedures they did. I said, at 5 a.m. Yesterday morning, you were removing fluid from my lungs. You put a needle through my back. And again, the doctor said, but how did you even know that? So they knew that something had happened. But within 4 days, my tumors had shrunk by 70%.
70%? What were the doctors saying?
They didn't even know what to write in my medical records.
Right.
My oncologist who was treating me, he actually said that. He said, I don't even know what to write in your medical records. And he kind of joked and made this gesture of throwing it in the dustbin, in the waste bin.
Science couldn't explain it.
He couldn't explain it. Science couldn't explain it.
Yeah.
But the feeling I had in me was not that my body was going to heal quickly. It was that I was already healed, but my body had to catch up. That was the feeling.
We have a picture here of Anita a few days after your, this was a few weeks maybe after you had healed.
Oh, this was, a few weeks after my hair started growing. But to put it all into context, I mean, I was released from the hospital 5 weeks later, completely cancer-free. But you know, and at that time when I came out of the coma, I was still very weak and I had to eat, I had to start walking. So within 3 weeks, they could find no trace of cancer. I only stayed the extra 2 weeks so that I could build up my strength and start walking again. And then 2 weeks after coming out of the hospital, I was attending a friend's wedding and dancing and drinking champagne.
Oh my goodness. So you really made that decision. I love the look in your face in this picture because your eyes are so wide and so full of.
Did you know that poor multiple mini interview performance is one of the common reasons most get rejected?
I did. I hope. And really, they have a little bit of a knowing to them that I've seen it and I've come back to tell. Now, that choice, because at the beginning of the show, I mentioned that you were given a choice. Was it the divine or any words or any godlike figure that came to you and said, you have a choice to come back? It's not like we see in the movies. Right?
Yes. And you know, this is interesting to explain, and I want to explain this properly. I don't believe that that God, or whatever we'd like to call any divine presence, I don't believe that this divine presence is separate from us. It feels separate when we're in a physical body. But without the body, it was like I merged with it. My father, me, my best friend, there's no separation between all of us. It's like all of us together are part of this divine. We are all expressions of it. So in other words, I don't believe that life happens to me. I'm not a victim of life. Life happens through me. I'm an expression of life. The divine expresses itself through me. So when I was in that realm, I could say the decision came from me, but the greater me that's connected to the divine, or I could say it came from God. It would mean one and the same thing.
So that experience and expression comes through you every moment of the day.
Every moment.
Right
and
now.
That is what bringing heaven to earth means to me.
Did you know that was going to happen when you were making that choice to come back in?
What happened is that when I was making the choice, or when I was presented with the choice, or I felt that the choice was there for me.
Okay.
And I felt my Father communicating to me. And my Father said to me, if I had to put words to it, he said to me that it's not your time. You need to go back to experience the gifts that are waiting for you. So I felt that I had spent all this time suffering, but now was the time when I had gifts waiting for me. So now was not the time to say, no, I'm not going back.
You were excited.
I was excited to come back.
Start living.
I wanted to see what those gifts were. I was now excited.
How would you define miracle?
I define miracle as something that is outside of our belief system.
Okay.
So if something happens that
Yeah, Israel. Yeah.
Okay, him and
Shimon Mordecai now. Yeah. Okay. All right, yeah. Them the bros right there. Make sure we muted over there. Hallelujah. Yeah. Hey, y'all know what it is, man. Last time they did us like that was when we was banging on that witchcraft. And they straight suspend the stream. Like, dang, what's going on there, brother? It did. All praise and glory now to the Most High. How y'all feeling? How y'all doing this deal? Brothers in the building. We got the international diplomat in the building, Fabian Bird. You know what I mean? He just slid on through. You know, bless St. Louis with his skills. He got that hot fire like Dayline. Yeah. Dayline. You dig? So he slid in town, did some was poetry, spoken word. Or you know you got young Darius, the young sniper. You know that brother be cold spoken word too. We got Yeshua, the bow architect in the building. We got, we got IPL in the building, my blood brother. You know what I mean? We got Roddy Rod, another year of wisdom on that boy. Come on, the people, Roddy Rod. I see you over here eating a little tape. Go out the people. Roddy Rod, boy. Bless the house of NehemiYAH. We over here getting it done. All praise.
all praise. Well, I woke up today and the Lord sustained me. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just thankful to make another year, y'all. Shalom to everybody in the family in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I see everybody. It just still feel good, even though I still feel the same. I still feel 18, turned 29 today. You know what I'm saying? Yes, indeed. For real, man. I turned 29 today. And also thanks to the house of NehemiYAH for having me. While I'm throwing down on this plant-based food, you know what I'm saying? Nazarene style, you dig? For real though, y'all. So at the end of the day, I'm going to go ahead and get a camera back to my brethren, Malaki, and let him finish doing what this do. Thank you, y'all. Shalom.
Any wise words? Any wise words?
Eat well and prosper. Shalom. Why everybody?
I can't see you on screen.
Hey, boy. There I go. But I'm just saying, why sit up higher than everybody else? Don't y'all start.
I mean,
what it do, family? So all praise, we made it back again for another episode. Brothers that came and blessed the house, man. And these be the best ones. We can sit, chop it up, bounce stuff off each other, get better understandings, And somebody might have something to say that may enlighten somebody else better. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people saying happy soul day to you, Rod, up in here.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we got hallelujah, Shekinah, Shalom. What it do, bro? Chris, super swag.
Swagging out.
The Nama up in here. Nama. No, not here. Nama. Aria. Oh yeah, I'm like YAH'KI, boy. I butcher your name, but I love you. Well, I cannot. Oh no. Plant-based. Hey, bro, it's quiet when that food going on there, boy. I mean, it'll kill it. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get into this Nazarene part 32. Dealing with Simon getting it. That's a shame when you kick your own self out. Hey man, can't walk and chew gum at the same time and kick my own self out. Kila, what it do, Shebrew? Olam, Kasado. House of Troy in the building. I know my brother be somewhere in a minute. If she here, he ain't far behind. I'm getting ready to send this text message out in a minute, so all our people who don't get the notifications, I definitely dare to chime in.
What's going on, y'all? What's on your minds and spirits this week, y'all? Anybody got something going on? Again, keep my brother Obadiah in prayer. And Marla McCall, she lost her father. Obadiah lost his mother. Always pray for the sick and shut in. For our people that's homeless, we can really go into these fall and winter months. So these be the hardest times for those people that's out there. So most likely, you know how we do, y'all. We're going to be out in the streets real soon, taking care of our people. You know how we do. And I do that for everybody, man. Wherever you at, whatever city you in, man. If you're able to help one person, you know what I'm saying? That's a blessing. And everything ain't got to be money. It could be just labor. You know what I'm saying? It could be stop by Dollar General, grab 12 things of socks, 12 things of gloves. You know what I'm saying? Take it to them, drop it off. Yeah, all that makes a difference, man. So wherever we can. Oh boy, yeah, but them whiskers is getting handled around here, boy. Yeah, these boys ready to talk now. They ate one.
That's how it's done right there.
Well, it ain't nothing left.
They got plain sausage in their whiskers.
Boy, ain't nothing left. All right, y'all.
Talk to us, bro. What's that nice one?
I've been talking.
What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, that's so what? Ain't that what I just asked? So, brother, Faye, tell us something, man. The international life. This boy traveled to and fro in Israel, boy. This boy brought the original nomadic group back. Boy got the big bird going in. I see you, bro. I chop mine down to taste, man. Try to get my skin some sun.
Maybe I got a rib or two. He ain't tell nobody.
Oh yeah, he got a rib in a couple sticks. Everywhere he go, he got a rib in every area code. Our brother RBL, man, long time soldier in the truth, banging with us for a mighty long time. Yeah. Got the young snipers in the building, boy, young Yashar. Hey, my boy called him the clean face one. What you call him, face? What you want? Smooth face, bro.
Look at Big Joe. Y'all got food over there.
Oh, we had food. Hey, look at y'all who to be. Hey, B. Hey, look. It's all plant-based. We got some fruit here.
Boy, you better.
Potatoes here.
Boy, you better go to Whole Foods.
Boy, you better bring something for me to eat,
man.
man.
You better go to Trader Joe's.
Smoothie King is open. Man, ain't a lick of food left.
No animal flesh in sight.
No flesh. But yeah, man, I'm going to let Matt get on down so I can feed my whistles so I can catch up. He doing this little fruit bowl, so Matt gonna be a fruiter-like. He gonna tag in or something. I'm making him get in.
That's all
there you
good.
go, brother.
I pray.
Grab y'all some fruit,
You know what he got.
some living things, you know what I'm saying?
That's all good. Eat off the vine of our earthly mother. Y'all know how we do, baby. All right, y'all. Look, man, let's go ahead and get us a, powerful psalm, man. Let's go ahead and rattle the heavens and the earth. Y'all know how we do. Ain't no time to play no games. And let's get into it. We had a surprise. For y'all don't know, we had a surprise guest appearance on the show last night. Brother Quinaf from FOPE. I ain't know he was gonna get on there. He got in the link and was like, "Hey man, I'm ready to get y'all folked up." That's they slang for we ready to battle against y'all. Which I'm talking. I said, "Oh, okay. Nigga want some smoke, nigga." Not go to the link. Quinaf was good. He got in there and was like, "What I'm about to say is about to speed your heart up a little taste, kind of, And then he said, "Hey, I agree with what y'all talking about." Everybody was like, "Oh, okay, hey." No, but that's what's up. For a brother like that who got a big platform, they controversial bros like us, got a big platform in Israel, very influential. You dig? Got strong convictions on what he believe in and all that. So for him to stand up and say, "I see what y'all saying." And look, regardless of the blowback he may catch behind, he like, "I don't care nothing about all this." So what? I've been listening. I'm like trying to fix. Dang, what is they saying? That's wrong, bro. Like these. So salute to that brother. The class today is really the title of the class today was supposed to be the title of the class yesterday. So I renamed it because I didn't know he was gonna get on there and just give a spiel. Like, bro, I'm hearing what y'all saying. Like that's what's up. And he like himself, he know because he deal with the herbs and all that too. He like, Israel is sick. It's real sick. We claiming keeping dietary law. What the hell is everybody sick for? Like, I say everybody, I'm talking about each individual. Some people get simple on us like that. There ain't nothing wrong with me. Look, it's bigger than you. Right? It ain't talking about you per se. But if you check Israel, conscious Israel, let alone our people that's outside of, but conscious Israel who claim they keep laws, statutes, and judgments, correct? Well, y'all, yeah, nation sick. Nation sick. Now you got to ask yourself, okay, we did something we doing that's wrong because we keeping laws, statutes, and commandments, right? What you mean? Everybody sinning? Like, what's going on? That you only sick because you're sinning, so damn, everybody sinning then. Is that what you're saying? So with the understanding, because knowledge has been increasing these last days, correct? Correct. All right, well, in the last days, we understand that the majority, not all, but the majority of the sicknesses that people bring upon themselves is foodborne. It's based on what you're putting in your mouth. You feel me? Not all, but most. There are other things you do too, where illicit sexual behavior and all that extra. But majority got to do with that gut. For your belly or your stomach has become your deity or your God. You understand? Yeah, absolutely. So for that brother to get on there and say, yeah, I see what y'all saying, because Israel is sick. I know because I deal with the earth. I said, yeah. He said, so we doing something wrong then. You feel me? And then there's other scriptures that we speed read over in Israel. Some of us been around longer than others, but we speed read through certain scriptures and they get explained off as, oh, that's just because we was sinning. And it's like, all right, well, you got sacrifices for sins in the old covenant, don't you got sin offerings you can bring to the priest, and he kill it a certain way and put blood on altars, and sins get covered up at least, don't they? Don't you got a scapegoat you can put your hand on and they go out to the wilderness? Don't you got all these different sins? Some are free will offerings, some are Thanksgiving offerings, but there are burnt offerings or sin offerings in the Bible. It is. So for you to say, well, he just ain't like what they was doing because they were sinning, that don't even really make sense if you got offerings you can bring. You got offerings you can bring to the altar. I sinned in ignorance, or if it wasn't done in ignorance. You see what I'm saying? So for the brother to get on there and say that I had to salute the brother, I salute you. I salute you for that. You understand? Because it takes a certain spiritual character. You know what I mean? A certain person of a spiritual caliber be like, hey, nah, I see what I'm saying. I ain't about to join in with all y'all to go against. Nah, that's solid. I see what you're saying, bro. You dig? And did he have an influential platform? Be an influential brother, have a major platform to come on. So I changed the name of the class last night to surprise guest appearance by, tag them in and all that. So a salute to the whole FOP brotherhood. Brother say we got he still want to get on the phone, which is good. We want to get on the phone. You get on the phone, we got a few questions, cool. You pose to have questions. You feel me? Everybody looking for no yes, man. You pose to have you some questions about that. Hold on, what's up with this? What's up with that? And let's go into it and see what's being said. See what I'm saying? And y'all willing we get on one accord. So all praise to the Most High. This right here is Nazarene edition, part 32. Peter, the apostle, or Shimon Kefa arrives in Tyre. All right, so we're going to get into the Clementine too, but we're going to hit a few scriptures in the Bible that we was leading up into yesterday. You understand? Before I jumped on there and gave his spiel, that ended up being the class. Oh, okay. It did. So we all good. NehemiYAH. What's up, Op? We need that roar, bro. What's good? Flesh. The flesh.
How many cups?
Let's get her done. Bro, Israelite Blood said, is that a staff? Yeah, that's a staff back there. NehemiYAH, the big homie got about 4 of them deals, boy. Kiani Yasharala, Fruit of Light. Yeah, you know. All good. All right, y'all, we about to face Jerusalem. NehemiYAH gonna roar. Let's get her done. All right. Blessings to the house of NehemiYAH. Peace, love, light, healing, blessings, and balance. And balance to the hopeful elect. All praise.
All right, Psalms 94 with the Most High's permission. Oh, YHWH'S, God to whom vengeance belongs. Oh, Yah, to whom vengeance belongs. Show thyself. Lift up thyself, thou judge of the earth. Render a reward to the proud. Yahweh, how long shall the wicked triumph? How long shall they utter and speak hard things? And all the workers of iniquity boast themselves. They break in pieces thy people, O Yah, and afflict thine heritage. They slay the widow and the stranger, and murder the fatherless. Yet they say, Yah shall not see. Neither shall the Elohim of Yaakov regard it. Understand, ye brutish among the people, and ye fools, when will ye be wise? He that planted the earth, shall he not hear? That's right. He that formed the eye, shall he not see? And he that chastises the heathen, shall not he correct? He that teacheth man knowledge, shall not he know? That's right. YHWH'S, knoweth the thoughts of man, that they are vanity. Blessed in the man that thou chastisest, O Yah, and teachest him out of thy law, that thou mayest give him rest from the days of adversity, until the pit be digged for the wicked. For YHWH'S will not cast off his people, neither will he forsake his inheritance. That's right. But judgment shall return unto righteousness, and all the upright in heart shall follow it. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? Unless YHWH'S, and then my help, my soul that almost dwelt in silence. When I said, my foot slipping, thy mercy, oh Yah, help me up. That's right. In the multitude of my thoughts within me, thy comfort delighted my soul. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee, which frameth mischief by law? Thou gather thyself together against the souls of the righteous, and condemn the innocent blood. But YHWH'S is my defense. That's right. And my Elohim is the rock of my refuge. Verse 23. Come on. And he shall bring upon them their own iniquity, and shall cut them off in their wickedness. Yeah. Our Elohim shall cut them off. Hallelujah! Say loud! Yahuwah! Yeah, boy.
They get that heat flowing up in you, boy. That boy get that heat flowing up in you, boy. That's what I'm talking about there, boy. All praises, glory, and honor to the Most High, ever live his anointed, beloved Son, in the hearts and minds of the faithful elect. Oh, wait. Man, yeah, that was powerful. All right, so all praises, y'all. Let's start this off. We're going to go to Leviticus 17. Somebody hold me Acts 15 as well. All right, let's go to Leviticus 17 real quick. Hallelujah. May the Most High answer all the prayers and honor all prayer requests since the one soul of life as well. Hallelujah. All right, let's get there. Let's get there real quick. Leviticus 17 before we get to the Clementine homily. Let's get into it. All right. Yeah,
I'm like,
you feel that? What? Go to Leviticus 17 first. All right, we're gonna read like 1 through 6 on that one. All right, 1 through 7, and then we're gonna jump over to Acts 15. We're gonna go into the Jerusalem Council as well. All right, we're gonna show some things. All right, we're gonna show some things. A lot of our brothers is saying, okay, we got Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14. These is the lawful flesh we can chew on. All right, we ain't acting like that ain't in there. Like some people want. So what y'all saying? Yeah, it ain't. No, it is in the Bible. You read Leviticus 11, you read Deuteronomy 14. This is what you can chew on. Right? This is what you can't chew on, basically. That's in the Bible. We ain't gonna act like it was metaphysical and it say that. No, it say it. All right, we're gonna be fair with the whole situation, you dig? But how many of us knew there are laws concerning processing? You know, before an animal arrives on your plate, once it's killed, you know, you gotta process it. I mean, they gotta be properly prepared before its bird flesh is even shipped to the market. And then it wind up on your barbecue grill, your skillet, and then on your plate. The processing has to go down. All right? No matter what, you don't just kill an animal, walk up and start eating it. Or you don't even kill an animal, walk up and start cooking it. Something got to go down, don't it? If there's a process that has to go down. You see what I'm saying? So we're going to start with Leviticus 17 first. These are the laws concerning the processing of the flesh. All right? Now ask yourself this. Is this being kept? All right? For anybody that's doing flesh laws. You feel me? All right, you live by the Torah, you live by the 613 laws of Torah. A lot of people claim they are. All right, I mean, I can eat this because Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14 say I can eat it. Ain't that the order?
yes, sir.
All right, well, Leviticus 17. Y'all, where do you think the Jewish folk get the whole idea of kosher from? They come right here, we read it. Because they understand, they got enough sense to know, well, an ordained priest got to do something over whatever I'm eating or drinking. In order for it to be kosher, according to them, or clean in the eyes of our Creator. They get that out the Bible. There's more details in it when you get into like the oral traditions, like the Talmud and all that. We ain't got to go into that. You dig? But where they getting it from is the scripture, meaning whatever you put down your throat got to be processed a certain way, specifically that flesh. All right. Now we're gonna ask ourselves once we read this. Is this being kept with the brothers is chewing on the flesh? All right. And if it's not being kept, then guess what? Somebody in violation.
Yes, sir.
Somebody's in violation. Yeah, I can eat this according to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14. Our response should be, was it processed according to the Torah? What you mean processed? It got to be processed a certain way. Other than that, it's unclean.
Yes, sir.
Giant. So let's read this. Who got that? Leviticus 17, start at verse 1. Let's read it. Hold on, let me share the screen so everybody can see it on the screen real quick.
What is that? That's 17.
And this ain't, if you're going by the flesh laws, brother, then you got to keep that. You got to keep that. All right. Then we gonna go into the Jerusalem Council because James, the brother of the Messiah, who was leader of his movement after he died, Paul had to come eventually report to James. James stood up and gave a decision. He said, all right, well, look, teach the Gentiles this. You understand? And there were some things he named that were supposed to have been taught. All right? They had to be taught. And now we're going to see if these things hold up. That's it. That's it. Leviticus 17, let's start around verse 1. Let's get her done. Who got it?
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them. So this just don't apply to Aaron and his son, all the Israelites. Yeah. All the Israelites. Because that's only for Aaron and them. And all the children of Israel, saying to them what? This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox.
An ox is something you can chew on. Brothers eat oxtails, don't you? You killeth an ox. Go ahead.
Or lamb.
There go that lamb. Passover. Go ahead.
Or goat.
Come on.
In the camp. Or that killeth it out of the camp.
In the camp or outside the camp. Right? Amongst the Israelites or not amongst the Israelites. Where we camping at, because we in the wilderness at this point. Where we pitch tent at is called our camp. Outside of that, wherever you at, wherever that animal get laid down at, in the camp or outside of the camp, go ahead.
And bringeth it not until the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
The door of the tabernacle of the congregation, or the door to the temple. That's the entrance into the courtyard of the altar of burnt offering. At the door, you will meet a priest.
Yes.
I understand. The priest would take the animal that you bring into him, right? And it will be handled a certain way. It will be handled a certain way, all right? And bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Go ahead.
To offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord. Blood shall be imputed unto that man.
What is blood being imputed unto that man mean? He's guilty of shedding blood. That's murder. When that's biblical phraseology. Blood is imputed unto that man. I mean, that's innocent blood you shed. If you done killed an animal and you ain't brought it to the Lord's priest, to the altar that the priest is officiating on, for a certain ritual to get done, a certain way, according to the Torah, you're guilty of bloodshed. Blood shall be imputed unto that man. Come on, Hebrew.
Into that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people.
He have shed blood. What does it mean to shed blood? You're shedding blood, right? So he's saying, look, if it ain't done this way, it's off. All right? If it's not done according to this, it is off. What's the excuse now? Oh, brother, we ain't got no temple. We ain't got no altar. We ain't got no priest. So what does this mean? Go a step further. Well, if you're living according to the flesh laws, then guess what? You ain't supposed to be doing it. I mean, unless y'all gonna go set you up a tabernacle, go set you up an altar, go find you these cats claim they know what Levi is. Go find you a Levitical priest and break him off. Put him to work. The Lord say, blood shall be imputed unto man. He have shed blood. That man shall be cut off from among his people. So my question is the Israelite nation who still chewing on flesh, who coming against us, are they handling the flesh like this? They gonna go, okay, well, no, but Paul said, okay, I give you that. Paul did say whatever. Paul said, whatever sold in the meat markets, eat it and don't ask no questions. For conscience sake. My question is, what law is that he's saying? Is that a law? That's not a law. So guess what he's doing? He's speaking as a man. He ain't speaking. That's not him speaking inspired by God Almighty. Hard for a lot of people to swallow. Dang. Because after you shut it down right here, the only next spot they can go to is Paul. Paul said, okay, Paul did say that. You understand? Paul, he did say that. Whatever's sold in the shambles, eat it and don't ask no questions. But if they say it's sacrificed to an idol, don't eat it. The thing is this. Don't nobody got to tell you it's sacrificed to an idol for it to be sacrificed to an idol. Just because somebody say it don't mean, or don't say it don't mean it's not.
It's like somebody giving you poison food, like trying to poison your food. They're not going to tell you that your food is poison. They just going to give you the food and give you the food. You know what I'm saying? So
and make charge for it.
Right.
And charge you for it. So you see, however the animal get laid down, it got to be brought to the doorway of the tabernacle. If it's not done that way, blood is imputed unto that man. All right. He has shed blood. He shall be cut off. Some people say, well, nigga, I didn't kill it. That's the next excuse. All right. But everybody that partaking eating of the flesh wasn't out there hunting either. Everybody not a hunter. But if your wife and your children are eating it because you caught it and killed it, you understand? Then guess what? They just as guilty. They call that an accomplice, an accessory to the crime.
They might take you to 1 Corinthians.
Paul.
They're expedient, brother.
Yeah, Paul. That's where you're going to go. And it's some things that's attributed to him that's solid. Okay, that's what's up. But there are things that are being said that are against the scripture. All right? It ain't being done like this. Everybody that claim they chew on dead animal flesh, go to Leviticus 11 and Deuteronomy 14. Laws we got in the wilderness, correct? Well, we got this in the wilderness too. This was given in the wilderness. All right, verse 5, what does it say?
To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest.
The priest. See, you bring it, a priest got to handle that.
Yes, sir.
Did the priest handle it? No, you went to the grocery store and got that.
Yes, sir.
And for anybody got their own flocks or whatever, it still ain't getting done. There still ain't no ordained priest to handle this. Because that's the next one. You know, over here at Straightway, you know, we our own flocks and chickens. Yeah, but that's not getting handled by no ordained priest, brother. So I'm saying if we going by the flesh laws, all I'm saying, you got to go all the way by them then. And the point being, y'all, you ain't in no situation at all to even be going by. You see what I'm saying? If that's what you choosing to go by. You see? Now, keep reading, bro. Because again, we got to ask the brothers and sisters, is the food you eating offered to the Most High? I mean, if it is, yeah, it is. Okay, well, you gotta line up then. You did? Oh, it ain't no sacrifices and all that. Okay, it ain't no sacrificing, so your food being offered to who? Who are you saying it's offered to? You understand? Again, you go to Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14 to say this is the dietary law, correct? Don't we hear that? We've been hearing it our whole time in Israel. The dietary law. All right, y'all, this is part of the dietary law right here. This don't nobody want, everybody's breezed past it. They don't want to deal with it. Because you realize that the flesh you throwing down your throat, you be in violation. If you're going by the Levitical law, talking about you can chew on dead animal flesh, well, it got to be handled like this, according to what we read.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, let's get it.
Congregation unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
This is a ritual the priest does. He got to sprinkle that blood on that altar. Go ahead.
And burn the fat for sweet savor unto the Lord.
He got to sprinkle the blood on the altar and burn that fat. And according to that, that smell good to him. All right, verse 7. Now watch this. This is why. This is why it got to be done this way. Go ahead.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring.
If it ain't done according to what he's saying, then the food you eating is sacrificed to the devils or devils. Meaning you couldn't just kill any animal that you felt you could eat any old way and not do it and not have it processed according to the Torah. If it's not processed according, then what you doing, that was sacrifice not to the Most High. We going off flesh laws, right? Go ahead, Al.
This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations.
Throughout their generations. Let's go over this Acts and get some understanding. All right. Let's go over to Acts 15. All right. If y'all got some understanding up in the chat so far, give us a Yahoo up in the chat. Israelite blood, I load the void, NehemiYAH. Do y'all have a paper you can email me that has different Hebrew words and the meaning? I would love to learn. Yeah, NehemiYAH, send them the Hebrew primer. The Hebrew primer. By the end of chapter 3, you'll be speaking, reading, and writing Hebrew. Easy work. Let's go to Acts 15. This is what's called the Jerusalem Council. It's two of them. It's one in Acts 21. It's one in Acts 15. Some scholars argue over which one came first. You know, let them argue. It's all good. We just want to get down to it. All right. All right. James' judgment. We're going to do Acts 15 and start at 13. Whoever got it. All right, let's get into this. All right. We understand that the flesh that our brothers and sisters are still throwing down their throat has to be processed. I mean, it has to go through a preparation. All right. A lawful preparation. If not, it's unclean. Your blood is imputed unto you. You've shed blood. You should be cut off. And If it's not done that way, it's considered offered to the devil or devils. Good night. That's crazy. I mean, that's based on what we read. Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14 was given in the wilderness according to the biblical narrative. Well, Leviticus 17 was too. It was. And regardless if we brought it out or not, it's still there. You still gonna have to deal. Somebody gonna bring. If I never said nothing, somebody in the future gonna bring it out and say, "Hold on, why is in Leviticus 17 it say you got to get brought to the priest? We ain't got none of that. Well, should we be eating? Just that simple. Should we be eating it then? You see what I'm saying? And look, look. You know everybody ain't gonna receive it, so. What we do, we came out and said, look, it's just a challenge. I would challenge you to be better. You understand? Stop making your body a graveyard for dead flesh. Dang. You know, hey, but when we came out and challenged people to learn the 10 Commandments or do 50 push-ups, wasn't nobody complaining. You know your 10 Commandments? You're a chicken hawking. You know your commandments. Now we like, hey, we challenging y'all to put down that flesh, that liquor, that smoke, and dedicate these vessels all the way over. Who is you to tell me? Bro, look, it's just a challenge, bro. You don't like it, don't listen. It's cool. We can't make you not do it or do it. But we love you never say, hey, look, watch out. You may be in violation. I mean, we want to see you violate. We want to see you cut off. We want blood imputed to the brother or sister. You know what I mean? Dang. Acts 15, who got it? Let's start at verse 13.
Yeah. And after they had held their peace, James answered, saying, Men and brethren, hearken unto me. Simon hath declared how God at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name.
Now look at this. Who is Simeon right here?
Simon. Peter.
That's Peter. Peter is Simon Peter. James is James the Just. That's the Messiah's biological brother. He was the one in charge of the whole Nazarene movement once Messiah left the earth. Is James. All right. Now, according to even James and Peter, who was the original disciple to the Gentiles?
Peter.
It was Peter. Now, true all this, y'all. It wasn't just Peter. It was all of it.
Right. All of it.
Messiah said, go forth into the nations, didn't he? The nations are the Goyim, the Gentiles. Amongst the Gentiles, you're going to find Israelites living like Gentiles. You're going to find real Gentiles. See, so what you mean that Paul was the only apostle to the Gentiles? No, they had already had Gentile protocol. Messiah gave that to them before he ascended. Go into all the nations and baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and Ruach, teaching them to observe all things that I commanded you. They already had a Gentile protocol, a Gentile mission. You see? So James is standing up saying Peter already told us what happened with Cornelius and them back in Acts 10. All right? It's already been said. This is before Paul even on the scene doing any kind of work he claimed he'd been called to do. They already was sent forth, is what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? They already had the protocol for the Gentile. Now trip off the discipline of the protocols when it came to the Gentiles, which you'll find out when you get to the history, whether you was an Israelite or a Gentile. If you wanted to follow Messiah of Nazareth, Yahshua the Nazarene, everybody had to go by the same measure of thumb. Everybody was held to the same discipline. That makes sense. Why would you be held to a different discipline than him? Y'all held to the same discipline. Get it done. You see what I'm saying? Now, watch this. Go ahead, Doc.
It says, Shimon have declared how Yahweh at the first did visit the Gentiles to take out of them a people for his name. And to this agree the words of the prophets, as it is written.
Come on.
After this, I will return and will build again the tabernacle of David.
Come on.
Which is fallen down. And I will build again the ruins thereof.
Come on.
And I will set it up.
Come on.
That the residue of men might seek after Yahweh and all the Gentiles upon whom my name is called, saith Yahweh, who deal with all these things.
Now, true about this, James goes and quotes the prophets. All right. Who all know what prophet he quotes? Amos. So let's hold that before we get down to his judgment, and let's go to the Amos and read. Let's read this, because this is paramount to understand what James is about to tell Paul to teach the Gentiles, right? Because that proved that the Gentiles he was talking to was Israelites. They just didn't know it. I mean, there are Israelite Gentiles, there are, Hellenists and all that. But let's go into the prophet that James quotes to back up the vision and the mission that Peter already was on. Right? Let's go quote it, because it says the residue of men in here, right? Let's go to Amos 9. Let's start at 8. We're going to read 8 through 12. And then we coming back there. Hold that spot, you sure? We coming back there, all right? Let's go to Amos 9. Let's read it. He quote the prophet. We should be able to find it, right? And this all is paramount in our understanding of, okay, what was James and them really saying then? When he told Paul, well, look, this is what you teach the Gentiles. All right? Now, once we understand what he was told, because it's James's judgment, he's given a sentence. All right? That means he's in charge. He has the authority. Anybody that stand up and give a judgment is a judge, somebody that's in charge, that has authority, correct? All right, Amos 9. Now watch this. Let's read 8 through 12. Watch this.
Behold, the eyes of Yahweh are upon the sinful kingdom.
Come on.
And I will destroy it from off the face of the earth.
Good Lord. Go ahead.
Saying that I will not utterly destroy the house of Jacob, saith Yahweh.
Well, all praises for that promise, huh? all praises for that promise. Come on, huh?
For, lo, I will command, and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations.
Come on.
Like as corn is sifted in a sieve. Yet shall not the least grain fall upon the earth.
Come on.
All the sinners of my people shall die by the sword, which say, the evil shall not overtake nor prevent.
Right, so the wrong spirit to be in, as if what comes out the Most High's mouth won't, manifest. All right, now watch this. Come on. Notice what it says: the restoration of Israel. Now watch this. Go ahead.
In the day that I will, it says, in that day will I raise up the tabernacle of David, which is fallen.
Come on.
And close up the breaches thereof.
Right.
And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as in the days of old.
So we're talking about the tabernacle or the house of David, which will be raised back up and receive the former glory. All right. Now watch this.
That they may possess the remnant of Edom.
That they may possess the remnant of who?
Of Edom.
Edom. Esau, the Edomites. Correct? Now, James was just quoting this. Yeah. He just said the residue of the people. He didn't get specific into the nations. But he's saying what Simon did, what Peter started doing out there is in fulfillment of this right here. All right? So the Israelites will be restored. The tabernacle of David. David ruled all 12 tribes of Israel. We all know that. All right? So that's talking about Israel being restored, that they will have in possession the remnant of the other nations, including Edom. Who else?
And of all the heathens.
And all the heathens. Not just the Edomites. All the heathens. Go ahead.
Which are called by my name, saith Yahweh that doeth.
Which are called by the Most High's name. So if James is quoting this scripture about Peter going to Cornelius saying, like, look, this is the start of that, of what Amos was prophesying about, then that means Peter going to Cornelius was not an Israelite conversion. That means Cornelius is amongst a remnant of amongst these other nations or these heathens who are called by the Most High's name. Is that hard to understand, brothers? That ain't hard to understand.
Like you said, like it takes away from all the confusion of wondering, oh man, who's a Gentile? Who's not a Gentile? It's like, in this, it doesn't matter. It's about the protocol.
Yeah. You see that? See? You see that? You sure get it. So if James is quoting Amos saying that, okay, well, what Peter did out there is the start of this prophecy, Amos, the 9th chapter, about the residue of men or all the heathens who are called by the Most High's name will be up under the tutelage or the rulership of the elect. See what I'm saying? But that'll be righteousness, y'all. You ain't got. That's what everybody's scared of. They think we on some black Klansmen. Yeah. Nah, if it's evil, no matter what color it is. That was evil that was done to our people. So why would we get authority and act the same way of the people he destroyed? Exactly. You see what I'm saying? So that proves that what Peter did with Cornelius in Acts the 10th chapter was not saying or reminding Cornelius that he was Israelite. No, Cornelius was of the other nations, whether he was a natural Roman or not. We just know he was of the other nations. It says he's of the Italian band. That means he's in the Italian army or the Roman army, and he was a centurion, meaning he had authority over 100 men under him. All right, but Rome was a melting pot like America's a melting pot. Point being, he still was a Gentile, though. You see what I'm saying? Now, let's go back to Acts 15. This is important. This is important to understand. Now that we know that what Peter did had to do with a natural Gentile, now let's go ahead and reread what we just was talking about. All right, because James said what Peter did is a fulfillment of Amos, the 9th chapter. Some men see that and say, no, James was going off when he quoted that. Some men say that. Some of your famous camps out there say that. Yeah, that's dangerous. I don't even know how you can say that. These men knew Messiah when he was in the flesh. James grew up with him. That's his brother. You know what I mean? Most of them hung out with him for 3 years before he was executed. And after he resurrected, he appeared to these brothers. What you mean they didn't have the proper understanding? Come on, he breathed on them. Then they got the fiery tongues. No, they got all the understanding. You mean they ain't got the, no, they got all the understanding. What is you saying? All right.
He said he'll teach you all things. So if they got it, it's like, how don't they know?
Yeah, that don't make sense. That don't make sense. What we've been missing is the protocol that the Messiah already had set up. He had a chain of command and everything set up by the time he left this earth. You understand? And that's why you think Paul and them eventually had to come check in. Even Peter, when he got out of jail in Acts 12, guess who he had to go see? Go holler at James. They all had to come check in because he was left in charge. All right, history calls him James the Just, YHWH'S. All right, we got plenty of history that didn't make it into the Bible. All of them say it. Gospel of Thomas, Clementine homily. We got the letters between Peter and James. He the bishop. He rules all the churches in the Messiah. Lost books of the Bible, Proviangeline of James, James the chief bishop. Like it's all over. You feel me? And it's flashes in the Bible. You just slow down and read. Like, dang, he is the authority. What's going on here? Why ain't nobody talking about him? You see what I'm saying? Because him and Paul was at odds with each other. A lot of people don't realize that unless you slow down. You slow down and read it, you say, dang, they straight dissing each other. They firing shots at each other. You know what I mean? Because the disciples and them already had protocol they had to follow. You see? Even for the Gentiles. All right? Now, watch this. Acts 15. Read 15 again.
It says, and to this agree the words of the prophets, as it is written.
Mm-hmm.
After this I will return, and will build again the tabernacle of David, which is fallen down. And I will build again the ruins thereof, and I will set it up, that the residue of men might seek after Yahweh, and all the Gentiles, upon whom my name is called, saith Yahweh, who doeth all these things.
Yeah, so he's quoting what we just read Amos. Everybody got that understanding so far? All right, verse 18.
Known unto Elohim are all his works from the beginning of the world.
Dang. Well, so is that not true?
Yeah.
But the Most High know what he's doing. And the men that follow him, right? Now watch this. Go ahead.
Wherefore my sentence is, my judgment is, that we trouble not them, which from among the Gentiles are turned to Yahweh.
The big fallout was about circumcision. That was the big fallout. The grown man that's believe and do he got to be circumcised? You see what I'm saying? Now, as you get into the Nazarene initiation, then you'll see eventually they did. But he's just saying you ain't got to put that on them right now. You know what I'm saying? But after they go through their 6 years of initiation and following Peter and all them around and learning what it is, eventually they would have to get circumcised and then baptized. You feel me? Baptism is the end of an initiation. It's like, all right, welcome on into the brotherhood. Then you could have table fellowship with them. Then you could sit with them at the same table and all that. You feel me? Nazarenes are very particular who they eat with. You feel me? Because you can't have fellow tableship with devils. You see what I'm saying? But if a Gentile or Israelite make it through the initiation, and they a brother. Eat with them. You know what I mean? Chop it up with it. So it's all good. All right. Now we got the letters of initiation. If we got time, we can read some of them today to blow your mind. Dang. Okay. That's what they was talking about. All right. That's what the whole debacle was when James sent men up to Galatia and Peter got up from the table, like, because he knew that man hadn't been initiated. And then Paul claimed he checked Peter. He withstood him face to face, but you never hear the other side of the story. You see what I'm saying? Galatians 2, Peter gets up from the table. When James, who's giving his judgment here, send men up to Galatia to check Paul and his doctrine. Peter up there eating. He see James' crew. He gets up from the table. You ever wonder, well, why would he get up from the table? You feel me? That man ain't been fully initiated yet. You got to be initiated in. You see what I'm saying? You got to pass your trial, in other words. You see, if these strict disciplines, Paul starts saying what necessary. We got to do all that for it. You feel me? But this is the leadership the Messiah set up. See, so he started doing his own thing, and they start firing at each other. So trouble them not amongst the gentlemen. Don't put the circumcision on them right now. That's all that's going into. Which are turn to God. But watch this, verse 20. What does it say?
But that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols.
Come on.
And from fornication.
Come on.
And from things strangled.
Come on.
And from blood.
Right there. Now this is in writing. He said, so that means Paul and them is getting letters from James and them. We validate these men as teachers. This is what they gonna teach. You see what I'm saying? He going up to Jerusalem to be stamped valid. Yeah, you valid. You understand? Based off the leadership the Messiah done left in this earth. Yeah, you all good. Teach this though. Things strangled and from blood. What's the argument now? You know what the argument gonna be? Oh, the things that are strangled are just talking about something that died of itself. Or something that's suffocated. You know, like roadkill. I mean, all right, so you can eat flesh, but as long as it didn't die of natural causes, you can eat it. That's where the brothers go today. They say, well, that's all that means. You see? But don't forget, he's talking to who? Natural Gentiles. Do we all agree? He's talking to natural Gentiles. Now, according to the law, let's go there. Deuteronomy 14 and 21, and we'll come right back here. Let's show, no, that's not talking about just because the animal died of natural causes or died of a disease. No, that's not talking about that. This is why. Let's go Deuteronomy 14, 21 and come back. Things strangled and from blood and food offered to idols, y'all. It's talking about flesh. And remember, we just read in Leviticus 17. It's offered to a devil if it ain't done according to the process and laws of the Torah. Let's go to Deuteronomy 14, 21. Watch this. Watch this. And then, you know, y'all twisting scribes. We just read. We just read. That's all we doing. Now watch this. Deuteronomy 14, 21. Something that died of itself is something that died of natural causes. So saying, okay, brothers believe they can eat cow. Now, for some reason, you love to call it beef. Boy, that's a cow you chewing on. You know, you chewing on cow. That's a hamburger. No, that's a cow burger. That's a cow patty you chewing on. Yeah, we ain't gonna play around. Now that's pork, now it's pig meat you eating on. You know, we ain't gonna switch up no names to make you more comfortable. No, that's saying like a cow died outside. We couldn't cut it up, and that's the doctrine everybody claimed. That's what that's saying. When he say stay away from things strangled, you understand? That simply means something that died of natural causes. You see? Now remember, we got the Messiah's leadership that he left in charge, saying the Gentiles are not to be eating anything strangled. Nothing with blood, and no food offered to idols. He also told them to stay away from fornication, which Paul taught. He taught about the fornication and all that. You ain't supposed to be having no type of illicit sex. You understand? That's physical. Spiritual fornication is dealing with other gods, though. He was kind of mediocre on that. Sometimes he is okay, eat that shit in the temple. Or that other God, go ahead and eat it. Just let make sure don't nobody who's new to the faith see you eat it. Nah. You ain't supposed to be eating that, period. All right, now look at Deuteronomy 14:21. Watch this. Because the argument me ain't going to say is in Acts 15 and 20, the things that are strangled are simply things that died of itself. Roadkill. The Gentiles can't be eating roadkill. Any animal that died naturally, it got to be killed. That's the argument. No, that's talking about flesh. You understand? What you think happened to a lamb or a goat or a cow when you slit its throat? It's strangling. It's choking on his own blood, ain't it? Deuteronomy 14:21. Watch this. Go ahead.
Ye shall not. Go ahead. Ye shall not eat of anything that dieth of itself. Thou shalt give it unto the stranger that is in thy gates, that he may eat it, or thou mayest sell it unto an alien.
Y'all heard this? The Israelite ain't supposed to be eating nothing that died of itself, but them Gentiles can't eat it. Huh? Well, that means what James is talking about in Acts 15 ain't talking about nothing that died of itself. Huh? You see that? The Gentile, according to the law, can eat that. They can eat something that died of itself. The ones that's amongst you in your gate, you can get it out, or you can sell it to somebody for you. You can make money off roadkill. Huh? Then look, the Jewish folk know that. Why you think all that meat they selling you, they feel they justified by the law to do it. Hell, get into the goyim. They can eat all them that McDonald's patties mixed with human flesh. Get that to the cattle. Get that to the goyim. They can eat. Do you understand that what James is saying in Act 15 is not about nothing that died of itself? It's not. He's talking about flesh. Because according to the law, Gentile can't eat that. Where we at now then? Huh? The order came down, tell them to stay away from flesh. Because when you get into the history of the Nazarene brothers, none of them ate flesh. None of them. They was against it. What you think Messiah? What you think that was all about when the Messiah attacked the temple? Turned over the money changers' tables. What don't nobody ever trip off of? Made a bullwhip. What don't nobody ever trip off of? He set the animals free. Take these hints. Don't make my father's house a house of merchandise. In other words, let them animals go. Get them out of here. They was being sold for the sacrifices because the brothers was against the flesh eating. Everybody didn't look at the Torah and teach it and read it the same way. That's why you think you had all these different factions of Hebrews, even in the Messiah's time. So you got men claiming we anti-Torah. No, we let it be. Look, if you going by the flesh laws, you got to keep the flesh laws. And according to Leviticus 17, you ain't keeping it. Them brothers was totally against the flesh. Totally against it. Because they understood. We ain't about to make our bodies a graveyard. And when we get into the Clementine, which is first century documentation, it's Peter's journal. You gonna see when Peter go into that flesh eating, like, He telling Gentiles what James said teach. And you be like, dang, why this ain't make it in the Bible? Because Peter telling the Gentiles what James told Paul to teach, Peter directly told him, hey, eating that flesh is how them demons get up in you. You're eating food sacrificed to idols. Dang. So what we reading right here in Deuteronomy 14:21 is proof that the Gentile can eat something that died of natural causes. They can eat something that was diseased, that died, that wasn't killed. Ain't that what we read? Or am I tripping? Tell me if I'm tripping, y'all. I'm your brother now, man. No. Because according to this, they can eat it. The Israelite can't eat it, but the Gentile can. Finish that off your show up. Let's go back to Acts 15.
It says, for thou art a holy people unto the Lord your God. Mm-hmm. Thou shalt not see a kid or goat, baby goat, in his mother's milk.
Thou shalt not see, meaning boil, a baby goat in his mother's milk. What kind of madness is going on there? You boiling baby goats in his mama's milk?
What?
It's dysentery.
Man, that's crazy because the baby goat used to his mama's milk. So you putting him in something that he's used to. He in there chilling. Boy, slowly getting hot up in there. Boy. Dang. Think of that. You torturing this baby. He's in a condition of what he's used to, and gradually he's dying in an environment that he was made to put inside himself. This right here shows that the Gentile can't eat of something that died of itself. So for men to say in Acts 15 that only means something that died of itself, bro, no, that means stay away from flesh. Because the law says that Gentile can't eat it. Wait, let's go back then. Let's go back to Acts 15. Oh, they be saying we be tripping, good. Oh no. We tripping, Roddy Rod. You see that?
Yes, indeed.
All right, bro. Let me know if I'm tripping, good. You know what I mean? It's all good. Let me know. That's your bro. You know, I ain't talking about nothing, baby. Y'all, you dig? I need to plug this on up real quick. Find me one of them 3 poems. One of them right there. It should be something right around here. Maybe that'd be long enough. Yeah, right there. Right out. All right. Let me ask the chat. Real quick. All right, y'all. If y'all getting some understanding so far, if y'all understand it according to the Torah, a Gentile can't eat food or flesh that died of itself. It's just the Israelite can't. If y'all understand that, give me a 8 up in the chat. I ain't trying to lose nobody. NehemiYAH in the building. NehemiYAH in the building. Dang. Come on with the question. That's what I'm talking about. You gone? Go ahead. I'll go ahead and shoot.
Bring it up. Why he tell them that though? Why he tell them they aren't able to eat of meat?
You said why he didn't tell them that?
Why he tell them that?
That what? About the strangle?
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Well, look, we really got a problem with translation, because it was understood at that time what that meant. Things strangled and blood is an allusion to the consummation of flesh. Our problem would be it just ain't in plain English. It ain't in plain English like don't eat flesh. Like if it was in plain English, more brothers would accept it. You understand?
Yeah, but even if it is, why he tell them that though? Why he told them don't eat the flesh?
That's my point. That's what he's alluding to when he's saying that about the strangled and the blood. So when you get into further acts or further writings like Galatians, Corinthians, Paul understood that what James was saying. That's why he started saying things like, him that eateth herbs is weak. In the last days, some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, having their conscience seared with a hot iron, commanded to abstain from, forbidden to marry and commanded to abstain from meats. So Paul's responding because he understood what was told to him. It's just we reading it thousands of years later, not realizing that's what was being said. Look, what Paul is saying, he's responding to the directive he was given by James the Just. Or there's no reason to even respond that way. There's no reason to say whatever soul in the shambles, eat it and don't ask no questions. They gonna command you to abstain from meats in the last days. He that eateth herbs is weak. Obviously, whoever he's talking to is big enough and influential enough for him to even mention them in his writings. So I would say it was understood. This is my response to what you asked. I would say everybody that was there understood what was being said. You understand? It's just through process of time and translation, 2,000 years later, we stumbling over what's being said. Paul even understood it because the way he responded in his letters to these brothers, like, if you eat herbs, you weak, meaning weak in the faith. Yeah. All right. Which don't make sense at all. Or when he says, is it not a shame to have long hair? when all them brothers was lifelong Nazarites. I mean, they all had long hair. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. What I'm saying is, Paul's enemies that he's speaking against are the disciples that Christ breathed on. He's speaking directly against the Nazarene brothers that never had a raise on their head, that never ate flesh. And what he acknowledges is that they are followers of Messiah. It's just he don't see the strictness. He don't see the reason for the so-called strict discipline that got to be placed on overseas communities, specifically the communities that Paul was setting up. So he's alluding to it, and everybody there understood what was being said. Even Paul, because he wouldn't have responded the way he responded against the brothers. You know what I mean? So it takes for us to go back like the Deuteronomy to show where it got to be flesh that he's talking about, and not just something that died of itself, because Gentiles can eat that, according to what we just read in Deuteronomy. You feel me? So
Were you saying why did James tell Paul that?
No.
Okay, that was just making sure.
Because here's how I've always understood Acts 15. Okay? So these Gentiles here were new converts of the faith, and previously they was in the idol worship.
Idol worship, yeah.
And all that, and then and because of their past, being idolaters, he told them, hey,
abstain from idols.
Abstain from all of that.
Yeah.
Because if you eat that, it'll make you fall back into idolatry.
Okay.
So therefore, they were weak in the faith, because eating meat would make them fall. Whereas if we or those who weren't weak and who weren't eating that wouldn't fall. And then that's why Paul told them, hey, whoever what do you say? Whoever abstains from meat is weak. That's why. Because eating that would make them fall. So that's how I always understand.
Right. So when he say he that eateth herbs.
Yeah, it's weak.
Right.
Yeah, he who eateth herbs. He was talking about them.
Right, but what Gentiles eat herbs?
Them, the one who James told don't eat meat. What else would they eat but herbs and plants?
No. If he's telling them to abstain, like what's understood don't need to be spoken. If he's telling them to abstain from meats offered to idols, and to abstain from things strangled and from blood, and obviously they're eating it. They're not eating herbs. Yeah, they're not eating herbs. They're eating flesh.
Yeah, but then and he told them don't eat that. So after
don't eat flesh, right?
Right.
Okay.
And then after that, they were eating herbs.
Okay.
And then Paul said whoever eats herbs is weak.
All right. So Paul is teaching something different than the directive that came from Jerusalem.
No, but because James wouldn't have told them that if they weren't weak.
if they weren't weak.
Eating meat.
Right.
Right.
But Paul said eating herbs is weak. What I'm showing is that they both are saying something different. They're not saying the same thing. James is saying something totally different. That is a directive given in right to the overseas communities. Paul is saying something totally different than what James is saying.
All right.
Okay. All right, what else we got? Verse 20. Let's read on down to verse 29. Read 20 again.
It says, but that we write unto them that they abstain from pollution of idols,
Right.
and from fornication, and from things strangled, and from blood.
Come on.
For Moshe or Moses of old time have in every city that them that preach him, being read in the synagogues every Sabbath day.
Right. Synagogues all over the known world. Right. Go ahead.
Then pleased it the apostles and elders with the whole church to send chosen men of their own company to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas.
Right. So the apostles, men who were given the authority, chose men to go with Paul and Barnabas. Now it's funny because Paul and Barnabas end up splitting later on. Yeah. They end up falling out. The Bible is real brief on it. They talk about because it was over Mark, bringing Mark with you or not. You understand? But it is more to it than that. All right, go ahead.
Verse 22 again. Then pleased it the apostles and elders with the whole church to send chosen men of their own company to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas, namely Judas, surnamed Barsabas, and Silas, chief men among the brethren. And they wrote letters by them after this manner. The apostles and elders and brethren send greetings unto the brethren which are of the Gentiles in Antioch and Syria and Cilicia.
See, so they're getting letters of commendation, right? Y'all vouch, but you got to teach this. He telling them what to teach. This is what you teach among the overseas community. This is a directive. Teach this, all right? And y'all got authority from us, the apostles, to teach it, all right? Now go ahead.
For as much as we have heard that certain which went out from us have troubled you with words, subverting your souls, saying, ye must be circumcised and keep the law, to whom we gave no such commandment.
As you keep reading and getting into more of the histories, you'll see eventually the circumcision was granted. But go ahead.
It seemed good unto us, being assembled with one accord, to send chosen men unto you with our beloved Barnabas and Paul. Men that have hazarded their lives for the name of our Lord, our Master, Yahushua, the Messiah. We have sent, therefore, Judas and Silas, who shall also tell you the same things by mouth.
The same things by mouth. And what was the order? The order is what? Say
pollution of idols.
Come on. That's so remember, they both be saying the same thing by mouth. All right, y'all. Shalom. All right, go ahead,
It says, we have sent, therefore, Judas and Silas, who shall also tell you the same things by mouth. For it seemed good unto the Ruach HaKodesh and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things.
Come on, 29.
That ye abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood,
Come on.
and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which if ye keep yourselves, you shall do well. Fare ye well.
Fare ye well. You know, so that right there is to show that the thing strangled and from blood is not simply talking about something that died of itself of natural causes. You understand? Because when you go into the Torah, actually the Gentiles or the Goyim, those outside the nation, they can eat that. You can actually sell it to them. Or if they live amongst you, you can give it to them. It's just the Israelite can eat that. See what I'm saying? We went there. We went to Amos, and showed that prophecy that James spoke about, Peter going to Cornelius, was actually about the Gentiles or the other nations, the remnants of them being called by the Most High's name. You understand? So that means Cornelius was not Israelite. He was of some other nation. We just don't know which one. All right? So by process of elimination, things strangled and from blood wouldn't mean something that died of itself, even though that's what men gonna argue. We need to go Deuteronomy 14:21 and prove not a Gentile can eat that. He was talking to Gentiles. So this is an allusion to tell them to stay off the flesh. All right? Everybody understand so far? So what we're going to get into next, let me see your book, The Clementine. Let me show that real quick for y'all that don't know. First century documentation. All right, I hadn't heard them. The Clementine homily, the heathens at Yale, blew my mind. I say, wow, they've been talking about this. All right, we're going to get into this, homily 7, and this is Peter going out to the nations. One of his main enemies was called Simon Magus. I'm going to pull it up on screen so you can, so y'all can see it. We're going to get into homily 7, though, all right? Peter arrives in Tyre, all right? And he's about to explain to the Gentiles, now, about this. He about to do what the letters they gave to Paul and Silas, Peter about to do that. Showing you he was following the directive that James gave in Acts 15. You see what I'm saying? Peter about to actually do what we read that James said in Acts 15, 20 through 29. That he told Paul and them. The proof of it is to show that he's talking about flesh. He ain't just talking about something that died of itself. He's talking about flesh, period. Now, Peter is about to tell this whole group of Gentiles, and he's banging against this cat named Simon the magician. Banging against him. Chased them all over the Gentile world. Shutting them down. Healing the sick. You feel me? But he was telling them, this is how this man got power over you. He's a demon. All right? This is how he got power over you. And one of the main reasons, bro, was table fellowship. You feel me? It was table fellowship. So we about to read. We about to get into homily 7. All right? And we about to go ahead and get her done. I see y'all in the building. All right. Y'all loading on up. Let's get her done. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. I'm gonna pull it up on the TV so y'all can see it. All right, pull it up on the TV so everybody can see it. Yeah, we gotta be real with ourselves though. You understand? Gotta be real with yourself and understand what's really being said. And it's wild that. Let me see. We can probably go to the matter of fact, we got Peter's letter to James in there. We got that in the beginning. We probably need to go hit that first. And then, you know what I mean? So we can show where the authority was at. And then go show how Peter was handling up. You understand? So that directive that was given to Paul and them applied to all the disciples and all that. Because we got the history of Peter going out and doing this. All right? So let's go there first. What's that? Page what? The first. Page 2. All right, let me pull it up real quick. Fabian Bird in the building, bless up. All right, good to see you, brother. Yeah. You say, bro, you be driving from South Carolina, don't you? North Carolina. North Carolina. That bro gonna be playing no games, y'all. Keep our brother in your prayers. No, our brother. You're gonna go into the letter of Epistle of Peter to James. Then I'm gonna jump up to 6:2, Clement to James, just to read at the front, at the top of it.
I can see why you said meat offered to idols too, because I mean, you know, at the beginning they called meat the fruit.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying, the meat offered to idols is apparently what y'all eat now. That wasn't meat in the beginning.
That wasn't the meat. You say the meat. All right, here, let me go ahead and share the screen real quick and let's get into it. All right, share screen. Entire screen, part out. All right, bro, man. But the angels of mercy be with you, our brother Fabian, while you traveling. You understand? Serious business out here. Need our, you know, the traveling mercies be with you, bro. Believe that, know that. You know, if you got to stop back by the loo on your way back, you know, make sure you slide on through, bro. You ain't got to drive 25 hours to get back home. You ain't got to, bro. Be trying to drive to the West Coast in one night. Like, dang, bro, what's up? You know we all, you know you got family here, Fabian, now, brother. Dang. Okay, so this right here is called the Doctrine of Reserve. All right, Epistle of Peter to James. All right. It's called the Anti-Nicene Fathers, meaning before the Council of Nicaea. A lot of your so-called church historians and fathers, they know about it. They actually are speaking about it. You understand? And it's wild because they were very instrumental on what was considered in the Bible and not, but they still speaking about Peter's Acts. That's what this is we reading right here. This is the Acts of Peter, basically. All right. They knew about the gospel of the Hebrews or the Nazarene gospels and all that. Like me and 18 centuries ago, 19, 20 centuries ago, talking about this. So look at the top of this right here, right? Look at the top of this. And let's read some of this Doctrine of Reserve. All right. Epistle of Peter to James. All right. Now, what does it say? Fabian, I don't know if you got that. It's a couple dollars on Amazon if you ain't got it. But right there, we're going to read on the screen. All right. All right. What did it say?
Knowing my brother.
Now, start at the top.
Peter to James, the Lord and Bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father of all, through YHWH'S, wish peace all.
Now, this is Peter, the right-hand man, like the top apostle. But notice in his letter, he's greeting James, who we just read about in Acts 15. James is the master and Mabakor, bishop of the holy congregation. See what I'm saying? That's why. So when I read this, it made all sense to me because I'm like, that's why he stood up in Acts 15 and gave a judgment. That's why when Peter got out of jail in Acts 12, he had to go check in with James. James was the one left in charge. Like a lot of us never knew that. Well, if we did, we kind of read right past it, like in Acts and all that, because he's like this right here is barely mentioned. If you had the understanding, you could catch it. So, oh, okay, he must be in charge. But most people never even bring up James the Just, right? YHWH'S, Messiah's biological brother, his little brother, 2 years younger than him. You understand? Wow, dang. But Peter, who the Messiah said, I give unto you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. You see that? Look how he's addressing James. He said, James is the master and bishop of the holy assembly, under the Father of all, through Yahshua HaMashiach, which is peace always. Now, the people that's against what we're saying and say, that just was in Jerusalem. All right, drop that. Let's go to page 6. And then we're going to come back and read the Doctrine of Reserve. All right. Let me show you something, Fabian. Let me show you something, Fabian Bird, my beloved brother. Now watch this. I got you, brother. I got you. Hold on, let's get to page 6. Hold on. Let's get there. This deal be tripping. You be having to wait for certain stuff to load up. Right here, Epistle, Clement, 13. Right here, bye. Now that's Peter to James. All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all, and then we're gonna come back to this Doctrine of Reserve. All right. I thought page 6 was what? Ain't on page 6? All right. Put page 6 in there. Maybe I just need to put 6 in the search. Put 6. Put on the side. I got you. Hold on, Fabian. Hold on, brother. We got you. What's this right here? I'm going to scroll on over till it load up. Give me a second. I want to show y'all something. Because the next argument, that was just in Jerusalem. That's the next argument. We making all this stuff up, Fabian. You dig? I got you. Hold on. I got you. We're going to read through that Doctrine of Reserve and we're going to go and show. Bang! There it is. I thought we were playing, Fabian. Now, after Peter's letter to James, look who got to check in. Clement was trained up by Peter in the doctrine of Messiah. Clement got to check in with James too. Epistle of Clement to James. Now look at how he addressed him. Look at this.
Clement to YAHKI, James, the Lord, and the Bishop of bishops, who rules Jerusalem, the holy church of the Hebrews.
The holy church of who, Fabian?
The holy church of the Hebrews.
Of the Hebrews. Come on, Fabian Bird. All right. And he called the Bishop of bishops, who rules Jerusalem, which is the holy church or the holy assembly of the Hebrews, right? Well, that don't mean the Gentiles, though, right? Keep reading.
And the churches everywhere.
The churches were?
Everywhere.
Wow, Fabian Bird, go ahead.
Excellently founded by the providence of Yah.
Oh, man. That means the Most High ordained this leadership. Go ahead.
With the elders and deacons and the rest of the brethren. Peace be always.
Oh, man, Fabian Bird. So this ain't just, you know, he ruling Jerusalem and all the other churches got a right just to do what they supposed to be doing. No, they all was up under his leadership. That's why he gave out letters and said, look, y'all go forth and teach this. Because this is what's to be taught. Dang, Fabian Bird. So now it makes sense, though. Acts 12, Peter got to go check in with James when he get out of jail. Acts 15, James stands up and gives Paul and Barnabas and Silas them a judgment on what to teach. The reason he stands up and get that judgment, because, bro, he's the bishop of all the bishops. He rules the church of the Hebrews in Jerusalem and the churches everywhere. And his authority was excellently founded by the providence of Yah. Dang, Fabian Bird. Go ahead.
That means everywhere in Jerusalem.
Right, that's right. That's right, brother. Only in Jerusalem, baby. You know? All right, so look, we got that, right? I think we all understand James got the authority, right? So now, let's go back. Let's read about this doctrine of reserve. Let's read about this, and then we're going to jump on up to page 130 and get into Peter going forth, right? With the same letters that Paul got about what to teach the Gentiles, Peter went forth and taught that, all right? And let's see if what he taught match up. Dang, Fabian Bird. That's my brother, man. He know we all good. Go back to the Epistle of Peter to James. What it say out from the top again?
Peter to James, the Lord and Bishop of the Holy Church, under the Father of all, through YHWH'S,
Dang.
wishes peace always.
Come on home.
Knowing my brother.
Now, this is the doctrine of reserve, Fabian Bird, all right? The doctrine of reserve. Because trip off this, it got to be some type of vetting system. Anybody can pop up and claim they seen Messiah, was taught by him. You understand? It was all type of divisions within the early movement of Mashiach. So they came up, these brothers who the Messiah left in charge came up with a doctrine of reserve, a way to reserve the original teachings that the Messiah gave them. All right? It's called the doctrine of reserve. All right? Go ahead. Knowing my brother. What it say?
Knowing my brother, your eager desire after that which is for the advantage of us all.
Come on.
I beg and beseech you.
Come on.
Not to communicate to any one of the Gentiles the book of my preaching, which I sent you, nor to any one of our own tribe before trial.
You hear what Peter is at? Peter's writing this to James saying, hey, look, it's real out here on this road. The books of my teachings, do not communicate them to the Gentiles nor the Israelites before trial. There got to be a vetting system, Fabian Bird. You feel me? There got to be a vetting system. Peter understood that because there were many different opinions out there. Everybody was popping up within weeks of the Messiah dying. Everybody was popping up. I seen him too. I heard from him too. He taught me too. All right. Now, these are the men that knew him in the flesh and after the flesh, after he resurrected and before he said, these men knew him. So if anybody qualified to teach what Mashiach taught about the kingdom of heaven and his teachings, period, concerning the Torah, it will be these men. These are men who are in that upper room when them fiery tongues came. These were those men who got the Holy Spirit breathed on them after he resurrected. If anybody qualified to teach, it will be them. All right, so they came up with a system. No Israelite or no Gentile is supposed to receive these books of communication until they pass a trial. We're going to go into the trial, Fabian Bird. All right? All right, come on, let's get it.
But if anyone who has been proved and found worthy, then to commit them to him after the manner in which Moshe delivered his books to the 70 who succeeded to his chair.
Makes sense because it ended up being 70 elders who ended up getting the understanding that the Most High gave to Moses. The Most High took that spirit on Moses and gave it to the 70 that was up under him. He said in the same manner. It got to be some type of trial, and once they are approved, they can receive the spirit that the 70 elders received from Moses. Guess what? A Gentile or an Israelite. So we can't say, well, they just mad at Paul because the Most High was doing something and making Israel jealous. No, they had Gentile protocol. The Gentile can come on in. Gentile can come on in. He got to go through trial too, though. Just like the Israelite got to go through trial. Make sense, Fabian Bird? Makes sense, don't it? All right, now watch this. So it's same rule of thumb. We ain't keeping nobody out. But if you want to follow Mashiach, there's a discipline here, right? There's a structure of leadership here. You can't just pop up and say, yeah, I heard him too, and I'm just going to go off and do my own thing. It don't work like that, Don't work like that. All right, now watch this. Go ahead.
Wherefore, also the fruit of that caution appears even till now.
That's right. Go ahead.
For his countrymen keep the same rule of monarchy and polity everywhere, being unable in any way to think otherwise.
Come on.
Or to be led out of the way of the much indicating scripture.
Oh, wait. Go ahead.
For, according to the rule delivered to them, they endeavored to correct the discordances of the scripture.
The discordances, not the accord. They endeavor to correct the discords of the scriptures. What you mean? Everything don't harmonize, Fabian Bird? Some of us believe so. You know, I did for a long time. Y'all got to agree, don't it? How about everything don't agree? Why do you think there was so many different sects of Israelites? Why do you think Mashiach was persecuted? Obviously, he wasn't teaching the Torah exactly how everybody that was teaching it during his time was teaching. They endeavor to correct the discordances of the scriptures. Go ahead.
If anyone happily not knowing the tradition
is
confounded at the various utterances of the prophets,
you'll be tripped up. You see that? You got it. In other words, Peter, like, look, whether they Israelite or Gentile, they got to be initiated into this movement of the Messiah. They got to learn how to use the prophets, how we were taught how to use the prophets. Other than that, they not teaching what he was taught, what he taught us. Only one ordained to teach the Torah was the Messiah. Most High say, this is my son, hear him. Messiah say, you've heard it been said this, but I say unto you this. Ain't that in the book? That's in the book. You heard it been said in times of old this, I say this. He's given a total different judgment on what's written down. He's given a total different judgment and ruling, totally different than what our people received as the truth, than what our people received that was written down at that time. You heard it been said this. Moses said you can give a bill of divorce. He said, yeah, but from the beginning it wasn't so. And what Yah has joined together, let no man, Moses is a man, let no man tear asunder. Oh, you put away that wife, except it be for fornication, you cause her to commit adultery. But hold on, Master Moses say we can divorce for any cause. I say this though. He's teaching differently than what's written down. He's giving a total different judgment than what the religious leaders of his day accepted as truth. You see? So Peter is saying this. They got to, whoever is following Mashiach got to be trained based off our traditions on how to read and use the prophets, or else they will be confounded. I know a lot of people like, I follow Mashiach and I go through my Torah portions. If you ain't reading the Torah through the lens of Mashiach, through the utterance of the Holy Spirit, you skating on thin ice. Because there are many times I can go right into his teachings and show he gave a different judgment than what was written down. And Most High say, that's my boy, follow him. Hear him. Ain't that what happened on the Mount of Transfiguration? There, Moses heard it, Elijah heard it. Let me make a tabernacle for all of them. He said, that's my boy, hear him. So we listen to Mashiach, and guess what? He gave that understanding to his chosen 12 who he breathed on, to who he gave them fiery tongues to, right? He gave fiery tongues to them. Don't we need to hear them? They got fiery tongues, Fabian Bird. We need to hear what they got to say. All right, well, this is Peter and James, two men that had the fiery tongues on them. You see what he's saying? He's saying right here, haply not knowing the traditions, is confounded at the various utterance of the holy prophets. Go ahead, out.
Wherefore, they charge no one to teach, unless he has first learned how the scriptures must be used.
Did you see that? I ain't no, most of these men I heard, hey, skating on thin ice. I mean, they not qualified to teach, y'all. You understand? They're not qualified to teach. Why? Because they have not learned how the scriptures are or must be used according to the rule of thumb that the Messiah left to his disciples. We looking at two of them. This is correspondence between Peter and James. All right. Peter saying, look, tell all of them, none of them should be teaching unless they first learn how the prophets or the scriptures are to be used. If they ain't learned how the Messiah taught us, that's what he's saying. They will be confounded at the various utterance of the prophets. And then he brings up the discord that's in the scriptures, because everything don't harmonize. That's a whole nother class. We can go into several things that don't harmonize, and we can try to explain it away all we want to. I've made a career doing it. You understand? Eventually, when your eyes are open, you gotta be real with yourself. Yeah, that don't match. All right, now watch this. So you got to learn how the scriptures must be used. Go ahead, Op.
And thus they have amongst them one Elohim.
Come on.
One law.
Come on.
One hope.
Chapter 2 is misrepresentation of Peter's doctrine. This is why he's saying, look, we got to come up with a doctrine of reserve. Got to. Because if men don't know how to use the scriptures, how we were taught by the master teacher, they will be confounded. They will be confounded at the various utterances of the prophets. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. All right, now watch this. Misrepresentation of Peter's doctrine. Let's get it.
In order, therefore, that the like may also happen to those among us, as these 70.
Come on.
Give the books of my preachings to our brethren, which the like mystery of initiation.
With the like mystery of initiation. Trip off that, y'all. Realize this. Baptism is really a sign that you done went through your trial. You've already been initiated. It happens at the end of the trial. We're going to keep reading. You're going to see it. Baptism don't just happen at the beginning of this thing. No, you were baptized or brought into the brotherhood of Mashiach after you went through your trial. It's an initiation protocol. Yeah. You see why they keep this out of the Bible, boy? It's been kept out of the Bible, but go back first century. Watch this. Go ahead.
That they may indoctrinate those who wish to take part in teaching.
Hold on. You know, I be having to get that on over there. Hold on, bro. There we go, right there. May indoctrinate those. Go ahead.
Who wish to take part in teaching. For if it be not so done, our word of truth will be rent into many opinions.
Stop. You see what that blue cross mark is? Opinions is right up under there. That's where we at right there. All right. He say, if not, the word of truth will be torn into many opinions. Right? In other words, people got to be properly taught how to navigate through the scriptures, how the Messiah taught. If that ain't being done, it's thin ice. And majority of Israel ain't teaching it. They're not. They're not. I know we pour over Torah portions all day. They had the Torah portions in the Messiah's time. And he still taught differently. You feel me? So if the Messiah is the only one that was anointed to be raised up, Most I say, I'm going to put my words in his mouth. And whoever don't hear him, I'm going to confound them. I'm going to require your life if you don't hear him. All right? He gave that teaching to his 12. And we barely heard from his 12. They barely even heard from him. It's flashes of them. After that, it's Paul everywhere else. That's by design. We're going to read something later on. You're going to see. You're going to say, dang. All right, now watch this. Go ahead.
Be more thorough with it back then because they had to memorize it.
Yeah, no doubt. Now watch this. Go ahead.
And this I know, not as being a prophet, but as already seeing the beginning of this very evil.
He say, look, the doctrine Messiah taught is being torn into many opinions, Fabian Bird. Hey, look, we live in that time now, don't we? Yeah. Look at all these Israelite sects and camps and congregations. Right? What the Messiah originally taught has been torn into many opinions. But if everybody knew, hold on, I got to be initiated. for some years before I'm even qualified to teach what he teach. You dig? So what the initial understanding was back then is being recycled back into this earth in these last days. You understand? Now there are men that's been around for a few years longer than us. That's, you understand? But I don't know if they as influential or if they've been on it as hard. But think about it. This right here has been recycled or rebirthed back into this earth. You understand? Think about it. The whole church, the whole movement of the Messiah 2,000 years ago was supposed to be under this protocol right here we read. And it got hijacked. And now you got the Roman Catholic Church. Then you got the Protestant movement, the Lutheran movement, and the Methodist movement. Then you got the Negro Southern Baptist movements. Huh? Then you got the Hebrew Israelite movement, but that's using the same records. Think about it. Think about it. The whole movement was supposed to be under this protocol right here. And when I read this to certain brothers, they be like, I ain't never heard this in my life. You wonder why? Meanwhile, those that got PhDs in theology in the seminaries, some of them in the chat right now, right? Oh, yeah, we studied out the Clementine homilies at school. So I ain't never heard of this. What you mean? Yeah, that's Peter's journal. First century documentation. Dang, really? What's going on here? Why I ain't never heard of this? Now, watch this. Go ahead. So we're witnessing the beginning. He was witnessing the beginning of this evil. We at the end of it. The truth of Messiah has been torn into many opinions. Go ahead.
For some from among the Gentiles have rejected my legal preaching, attaching themselves to certain lawless and trifling preaching of the man who is my enemy.
Oh, wait. There's a trifling, lawless preacher amongst the Gentiles that Peter's called his enemy. There's a certain lawless, trifling preacher among the Gentiles that Peter is calling his enemy in his letter to James. I'm going to let your creative juices flow. You're smart, man. You'll catch on real quick. If you ain't already caught it. Go ahead, Al.
And these things some have attempted while I am still alive.
Come on.
To transform my words by certain various interpretations in order to the dissolution of the law.
Of the law. Well, he keep talking about this. There's a certain trifling preacher among the Gentiles that's saying, yeah, you ain't got to keep the laws. Like, what's going on? And he's saying that I'm down with that. Watch this. Go ahead.
As though I also myself were of such mind, but did not freely proclaim it, which God forbid.
He's like, nah, whoever talking that, claiming that they know my mind, I never proclaimed that. I know that that's true, but I never proclaimed it. He said, no, God forbid that. God forbid that. So no, Nazarenes are, yeah, we down with the law of the Most High. Even more than some. You understand? Because we realize if certain things ain't in play, what you doing certain things. Like, no, you ain't supposed to, you got to stay away from that. All right, you're going to be about it, you got to be about it, right? All right, go ahead.
For such a thing were to act in opposition to the law of Yahweh, which was spoken by Moshe.
You can see why. You can see by the Roman Catholics, we keep that out because according to the Roman Catholic doctrine, you understand, who went totally with the what we call Paul's letters and all that, they say you ain't got to keep the laws. Going back to the church historians, Eusebius. You understand? You got Eusebius, you got Jerome, you got all of them. Gespius, you know, Hyrenius. You got all these so-called church fathers or church historians who by the time they came in 3rd, 4th century, it was Paul's letters they was rolling with. This go back before then. And you see Peter saying what? No, the Torah good business. Right? All right, go ahead.
And was borne witness to by our Lord in respect of its eternal continuance. For thus he spoke, the heavens and the earth shall pass away, but one jot or 1 tittle shall in no wise pass from the law. And this he said, that all things might come to pass. But these men professing, I know not how, to know my mind, undertake to explain my words, which they have heard of me more intelligently than I who spoke them.
Wow. Go ahead.
What is it? Telling their
catechumens.
Telling their catechumens that this is my meaning, which indeed I never thought of. But if, while I am still alive, they dare thus to misinterpret me, how much more will those who shall come after me dare to do so?
Wow, they doing that while I'm alive. While I'm dead, they gonna twist what I was saying. He on record saying, "No, I would never down with none of that." Now look at the initiation, chapter 3. Let's get into the initiation, and then we gonna get on up into Peter going out to the Gentiles and teaching what James told them all to teach in Acts 15. Fabian Bird, I'm telling you, bro. All right, go ahead.
Therefore, that no such thing may happen. For this end, I have prayed and besought you not to communicate the books of my preaching, which I have sent you to anyone, whether of our own nation or of another nation, before trial.
Before trial. So we can throw off the table, the Nazarenes was just jealous of Paul because Paul was a apostle to the Gentiles, bruh. All the disciples was the disciples of the Gentiles. Messiah told him that at his resurrection, go into all the nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Ruach, teaching them to observe everything that I taught you. We see Peter going out to Cornelius. All right, we see that Peter is writing to James saying, whether they of our own nation or another, don't give them the books of teachings before they pass trial. They got to be vetted properly. So this ain't keeping nobody out. You know what I mean? What you mean we jealous? What you mean that was just given? No, there was already Gentile protocol.
Right here in Acts chapter 1, verse 8, it says, but it's Messiah speaking, but you shall receive power, and after the Holy Spirit is come upon you, and you shall be witnesses unto me, both in Jerusalem and in all Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost parts of the earth.
Oh, well, that does that. No, they were already sent out. All right, go ahead.
But if anyone having been tested have been found worthy, then to hand them over to him, according to the initiation of Moses, by which he delivered his books to the 70 who succeeded his chair, in order that thus they may keep the faith, and everywhere deliver the rule of truth, explaining all things after our tradition.
After our tradition. All right, go ahead.
Lest being themselves dragged down by ignorance, being drawn into error by conjectures after their mind, they bring others into the like pit of destruction. Now the things that seem good to me, that seem good to me, I have fairly pointed out to you, and what seems good to you, do you, my Lord, becomingly perform. Farewell.
Peter's calling James his master again. And I wrote this to you, and if it seems well to you, go ahead and do that, right? Now, look at this. Now, James responds to Peter's letter, right? An adjuration concerning the receivers of the book. Look at this.
Therefore, James, having read the epistle sent for the elders, and having read it to them, said, our Peter has strictly and becomingly charged us concerning the establishing of the truth, that we should not communicate the books of his teachings, of his preachings, which have been sent to us to anyone at random.
See, Now I know you pop up tomorrow, you watch a few YouTube videos and pop up tomorrow, and now you got your own camp out in the streets. You understand? No, there's a doctrine of reserve, right? And the whole movement up until the day was supposed to be a line going all the way back to these brothers. You know what I mean? Whoever that taught you or initiated you should go back to a certain man that taught him. Go back to a certain man that taught him. All the way back to, there should be an unbreakable line from James and Peter and them up until the day. Same teaching.
Hey, that's hard. That'll be hard.
And bro, it ain't. It ain't. You understand? So how beautiful the Most High's word don't come back void. Because this spirit been recycled back into the earth. He got everybody mad too, boy. Heated. You dig? I kind of feel good being against everybody though. I feel pretty good. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
But to one who is good and religious, and who wishes to teach, and who is circumcised in faith.
Eventually, they had to get circumcised. And actually was saying, don't put that on them. That meant at that moment, don't put it on them. But after they go through their initiation or going through their initiation, at some point, they would have to show their devotion. They would have to be circumcised. Watch, you're going to see. Keep reading.
And these are not all to be committed to him at once.
See, you don't commit all of it. Don't put all of it on them at one time. See, men back then, that's why they had the Jerusalem Council. Because men would say, no, circumcise them now. And so James instead of like, look, don't even trouble. Teach them this first. And that's the beginning. Stay away from the flesh. Stay away from blood, fornication. That's the beginning of the initiation. But eventually, through your years of service, you would eventually go ahead and what? Get circumcised. And by the end of your trial, you get baptized. That means you ain't even getting baptized right out the gate. You got to be found worthy. See that? Now watch this. Go ahead.
That if he be found in Judaism in the first, the others may not be entrusted to.
Yeah, if he don't pass the first level of initiation, why would we get entrust him the sixth level? That don't make sense. All right, go ahead.
What for? Let him be proved not less than 6 years.
You hear this, boy? Initiation 6 years, Fabian Bird. That means we had to go around, we had to travel around, whether you was a natural Israelite or not. You had to travel around with a man that had them fiery tongues on him. For instance, Peter, 6 years. Like Clement did, documenting his battles, you understand? Documenting his teachings, what you learned. You see what I'm saying? You had to eat a certain way, live a certain way. 6 years. And what you was documenting, you had to send back to James. So James could make sure everything was going right. It's a 6-year initiation course. Fabian Bird, you see that? But look, that makes sense though. Whether you were Israelite or a Gentile, if you make it through that, you serious about it. You really believe this. That's a 6-year course. You know what I mean? So if you make it through that, you solid. You can be entrusted. All right, whatever acting you thought you was doing, you know what I mean, is out the window. Like say you was a spy or something. You did, remember 6 years of all that hardship? You understand? Eating like this, boy, you used to the finest horse throwing grapes down your throats every day, boy. These men eating once a week sometimes. Olives and crumbs. Yeah, all right, we finna prove real quick. You're gonna prove real quick if you acting or not. All right? So no less than 6 years. All right, go ahead.
And then according to the initiation of Moses, he that is to deliver the books should bring him to a river or a fountain, which is living water, where the regeneration of the righteous takes place.
See, what a baptism is. Bars. Yeah. Bars, you sure. Yeah, bars, you sure. You see that? Now, once the 6 years take place, now you look, come on, it's time to go ahead and get in that water. That's where the regeneration takes place at. All right, go ahead.
And should make him not swear, for it is not lawful.
Right.
But to stand by the water and endure as we ourselves, when we were regenerated, were made to do for the sake of not sinning.
So he said, "No, don't swear, but you do take you a vow." You understand? He said, "Look, we all had to do that." You see, so let's show you the baptism. They all had to be in it. They all were trained by Mashiach. You see what I'm saying? They had to go through a long initiation process. His whole ministry and all that was initiation for them. They went from disciples disciplined students, disciples, to apostles, those sent forth with authority. That was initiation for all them. You understand? The whole thing was a training. So now they equipped to what? Bring down the kingdom of darkness, to destroy it. All right?
That's tight.
Go ahead, Al.
No, it's just tight that how you said it like that. Cause I didn't even think about it like that. Like they whole walk with Messiah was the initiation. Him teaching them certain things, like, but they got a one-on-one with him, you know, just teaching them things like the student, you know, finally, you know what I'm saying, becoming a master.
Yeah.
Becoming
now you have acquired your breast.
It's like the whole time, like they was just sitting there watching him having battles with. They're basically like Clement, you know what I'm saying? They're like they watching him having, you know, discourses with the Pharisees and all that. Then they see like he crucified, and they like, dang, like, all right, now it's on us. Like all the stuff that he taught us, like.
Then he resurrected, taught them more, and then ascended. Right, so those men went from having jobs like tax collectors and fishermen to being leaders over whole communities. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's initiation. They were trained, you understand, before they went out to conquer the kingdom of darkness, they were trained first by Mashiach. So they were raised up to train others as well. Supposed to be a long line of succession, right? The Catholic Church tried to pull it off today. They call it the apostolic succession. And they claim that Peter was the first pope and all that, and so that every pope that's been in line since then goes all the way back to him. No, not at all. Not at all. Because if that's the case, guess what will be in your Bible? This. And they guess what? They know ain't none of them did that. You see? Everybody had to be brought under discipline. Everybody, whether you was a natural Israelite or Gentile. So now that removes the barriers. You know what I mean? If there's any difference between us, we gonna see when it comes down to spiritual fortitude and character. These 6 years, boy, we got boot camp. All right? And either both of us gonna make it, both of us gonna fall, one of us gonna make it. See what I'm saying? That's what this whole thing is about. All right? Saying whoever passed after that is considered a brother. You dig? It's just like going to war with brothers. Like, you know, you be in the army, some brothers been in the military and all that. You've been around live fire and been up in them pits, and you dig? There's an unbreakable bond that is forged. Something like that. 6 years of being trained up. I'm talking about enduring all type of crazy weather and danger, and at the end of that, you dig? And then you get hands laid on you, the Holy Spirit breathed into your nostrils. You feel me? And you get stamped valid by an apostle that was an apostle before you. Man, that's powerful. That's powerful. Messiah breathed on them. He laid hands on them. They got them fiery tongues. Go forth. It's supposed to be an unending, unbreakable line of succession for 2,000 years. You know what I'm saying? But it's been a war against the sons of light and sons of darkness. And the sons of darkness been winning. You understand? A lot of the Nazarene brothers was put down. Them Herodians came and hit them, from John the Baptist, Messiah. All the disciples died violently. Herodians was Rome's tax collectors. You see what I'm saying? But what little bit of the brothers that was left, they got about Jerusalem before it fell. You feel me? Went further into the east, settled. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of the brothers, you know, what we make no mistake, what we teaching now is what they kill you for. You think everybody acting crazy? This is what they come kill you for, boy. Like, this is exactly what them brothers was teaching. They got them murdered. You see what I'm saying? And the Most High decides at this hour to recycle that spirit and drop this understanding on who need to have it. All praises. Yeah. All praises. We should embrace that, all right? Come on, Hebrew, let's get it.
And let him say, I take to witness heaven, earth, water, in which all things are comprehended, and in addition to all these, that air also which pervades all things, and without which I cannot breathe, that I shall always be obedient to him who give me the books of the preachings, and those same books which he may give me. I shall not communicate to anyone in any way, either by writing them or giving them in writing, or giving them to a writer, either myself or by another, or through any other initiation or trick, or method.
He like, look, this is the vow you taking. You understand? And y'all, this is for those that are teachers. You understand? The teachers had to go through a 6-year initiation. And he's saying, look, you can't even give these books to nobody else to teach. You understand? Unless they've been initiated like you was. You understand? You can't leave this stuff just around. You understand? You can't leave it over your cousin's house. These things had to be guarded with your life. See what I'm saying? And this was the way they reserved the doctrine. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
Or by keeping them carelessly or placing them before anyone, or granting him permission to see them, or in any way or manner whatsoever communicating them to another, unless I shall ascertain one to be worthy, as I myself has been judged, or even more so, and that after a probation of not less than 6 years.
Hold on. Let me get it on the screen real quick. There's a delay on the screen if y'all looking. All right. But after probation, knows what it say. Not for probation, not less than 6 years, Fabian Bird. Not less than 6 years. Well, that's a strict discipline there.
Had to grow up.
All right. You had to be tested. Battle tested and approved. You understand? You get through that 6 years, you really had a conviction and a calling from the Most High to teach this. You see what I'm saying? Now, watch this, because when we get over into Peter being sent to the Gentiles, he about to tell them exactly, look, in clear detail what you read in Acts 15. Peter was there when James stood up and told Paul and them what to teach. That message wasn't just for Paul and them, it was for Peter and them too. Now, we got Peter teaching exactly what James said. Watch this, go ahead.
Not less than 6 years, but to one who is religious and good, chosen to teach, as I have received them, so I will commit them, doing these things also according to the will of my bishop.
Yeah, whoever initiated you was considered your bishop. Now watch this, go ahead.
But otherwise, though he were my son or my brother or my friend, or otherwise in any way pertaining to me by kindred, if he be unworthy, that I will not vouchsafe to favor to him, and as is not me.
I mean, I'm not vouching for him. It don't matter if that's my son, my brother, my cousin, but they my BFF. It don't matter. None of that matter. If he unworthy, guess what? I can't vouch for him. Well, the only way you know if he worthy is if he passed trial, Fabian Bird. See that? He got to pass trial. All right, go ahead.
And I shall neither be terrified by plot nor mollified by gifts. But if even it should ever seem to me that the books of the preaching given to me are not true, I shall not so communicate them, but shall give them back.
This is all in your vow. If any point when you went through your initiation, you received the books of the teachings that the holy apostles gave out, and somehow in your mind you figured, nah, ain't none of this true. You don't go out there and make a YouTube video, Fabian Bird, and say the folly I learned it. No, you give what they gave you, give it back to them. Now remember, you're saying this as a vow in the presence of the Most High, the set apart angels, even the elements. This is a vow you taking after you go through your initiation. See, that means everybody that got through the initiation and said the vow really, you know what I mean? They really wanted to teach this. They really had been called, because now you vowing yourself under punishment. Right? Okay, you say, I just don't believe this no more. We'll just give it back. Don't get silly with it though, because in doing that, you destroy yourself. Watch, keep reading. Watch this.
And when I go abroad, I shall carry them with me, whatever of them might happen to possess. But if I be not minded to carry them about with me, I shall not suffer them to be in my house, but shall deposit them with my bishop.
Yeah.
Having the same faith and setting out from the same persons as myself.
He like, look, even if you was to travel, take the books with you. Take the books of this preaching that the Messiah gave to the disciples, you take with you. And if you can't take it with you, you can't leave it at home. What if somebody break in and take it? These are the fail safes they went through to make sure their doctrine was reserved. What if somebody break in and take them? And if you can't take them with you, give them back to the man that initiates you. Deposit those books with him until you return. Make sense? All right, go ahead. Huh?
I was thinking like how many books they have.
Yeah, it's all type of understandings. Go ahead, Hebrew.
But if it befall me to be sick and in expectations of death, and if I be childless, I shall act in the same manner. But if I die having a son who is not worthy or not yet capable, I shall act in the same manner.
Come on.
For I shall deposit them with my bishop, in order that if my son, when he grows up, be worthy of trust, he may give them to him as his father's bequest, according to the terms of this engagement.
Yeah, because maybe your son ain't worthy by the time you die. He may grow up and say, what my father taught me, it's registered with me now. Your son got to go to the man that initiated your father. He can say, I want the books. I want to be trained in this. You understand? It's time for him to get trained up. When he's done, he will see the books. Right? This is a perfect way to reserve the doctrine that Messiah taught. Because within years of him dying, it was so many different factions of messianicisms. It's crazy. I've been doing a study on it. It's crazy. It was more divided factions then than it is now. And it's a gang of them now. You understand? Everybody was claiming they saw him or knew him or was taught by him. You understand? Meaning that his original way was under attack. Okay, that's hard for anybody that you look at all these different opinions out there, right? But we know there's a doctrine of reserve, there's initiation. And so you got to take a vow. You got to be baptized at the end of this. You understand? You got to take a vow if you're going to teach this. That means everybody that's teaching going to take it serious. You understand? And they're going to be teaching the same exact thing. We're going to get into some of them teachings in a minute. All right, go ahead, Al.
So basically, if the person's son, right, say like the person that ordained that man's father, what if like he's dead? Would like the person that person ordained?
Yeah, that's the reason for the never-ending line of succession. You just go to the man that initiated him. You see what I'm saying? And then just brothers like Peter, he initiated more than one person, so it's many students, many disciples. You dig? But they had to come up with a doctrine of reserve. Had to, right? I got a book at the crib about Bart Ehrman called Many Christianities. He goes through all the different sects in the first century, bro. It's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing how many different movements of Mashiach sprung within a few years of his death. You feel me? And it was just so confusing. That's confusing. That's why Peter and James and them got together and said, hey, look, this is what we're going to do. You understand? Because there wasn't no denying that they knew him, that they was with him. You understand? But then you had people who wanted to believe and teach him according to their own understanding. And that ain't what the Messiah set up. You really understand? He gave the fiery tongue to them men for a reason. He breathed the spirit on those men for a reason. He trained them for a reason. Even in the kingdom, they going to sit on 12 thrones doing what? Judging the 12 tribes of Israel. They got preeminence and authority and rank in the Messiah's kingdom. And they got fiery tongue. Surely we need to hear from them. Surely we need to hear from them. All right, go ahead.
And that I shall thus do. I again call to witness heaven, earth, water, in which all things are enveloped. And in addition to all these, the all-pervading air.
Call on the elements, huh? Go ahead.
Without which I cannot breathe.
Come on.
That I shall always be obedient to him who giveth me these books of the preachings, and shall observe in all things as I have engaged, or even something more. To me, therefore, keeping this covenant, there shall be a part with the holy ones.
The saints, Fabian Bird, the holy ones. Go ahead.
But to me, doing anything contrary to what I have covenanted, may the universe be hostile to me.
You see that, Fabian Bird? If I do anything outside of this vow or against what I'm saying, may the universe, may the heavens be hostile toward me. This is a vow a teacher is taking, right? Trained up under the men that the Messiah trained up. Yeah. Serious business, ain't it? All right, go ahead.
And the all-pervading ether,
Woo.
and the God who is over all, to whom none is superior, than whom none is greater.
Come on.
But if even I should come to the acknowledgement of another God,
hold on, let it get on up there. We're going to the top of page 5, Epistle of Peter to Yaakov. All right. It should be great. There it goes. Scrolling on over right now, that boy. On over that now, that boy. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Roddy Rob.
by him also be he or be he not, that I shall not do otherwise. And in addition to all these things, if I shall lie, I shall be accursed, living and dying.
Boy, hey, what I'm saying, how many men out here know they lying about the doctrine of MELCHIZEDEK? See, this deal is serious. That's why everybody ain't qualified to teach. And it's just the truth, man. You dig? It's just the truth. And, you know, we love our people enough to tell them, like, look, we need to go back to the drawing board and look at this. Yeah, we got to go back to the drawing board and re-look. Like, something else is going on. I'm good, brother. All right, go ahead, Op.
And if I lie, I shall be accursed, living and dying, and shall be punished with everlasting punishment. And after this, let him partake of bread and salt with him.
Steak and potatoes.
Bread and salt with him.
Go ahead.
Who commits them to him.
Hey, you see? Yeah, you breaking bread, man. What you mean? You breaking bread. Now, all that is the initiation. Your vow, all of it. And at the end, you eat. All right, then you can be in table fellowship. Whether it be a Gentile, whether it be somebody of your own nation. Right? So again, no one can say y'all keeping out the other. Nah, they just got to come up under the same discipline. That's it. That's it. You got to go through the same exact measure of thumb that we go through. Right? Because look, every Israelite didn't follow Mashiach. But if they wanted to be converted, guess what they had to do? You had to get in. You had to go through this. The adjuration accepted. And then let's get on over to Peter going to Tyre. Let's get it, Roddy Rob, or whoever got it. Let's get it.
James, having thus spoken, the elders were in agony of terror.
You hear this? They like, what? That's how real we about to make this, huh? Even the elders that heard was in terror. Like, shh, man, that's a serious vibe. That's serious. Right? Well, the kingdom of heaven is serious. Salvation is serious. Right? And the kingdom of heaven is within. How you ever gonna bring it forth if we ain't disciplined? Make me think we can just live. Anybody can be an Israelite today. What do you mean? Just know what day the Sabbath is and stop eating pork. It's that simple to get into the kingdom, huh? Watch this. Go ahead.
Therefore, James, perceiving that they were greatly afraid, said, "Hear me, brethren and fellow servants. If we should give the books to all indiscriminately, and they should be corrupted by any daring men, or be perverted by interpretations, as you have heard that some have already done."
It was already happening during their time. Men was already, so who was out there teaching opposite of them while they were still alive? Dang, Fabian Bird. All right, come on, let's go. Let's go.
It will remain even for those who really seek the truth, always to wander in error. Wherefore, it is better that they should be with us, and that we should communicate them with all the forementioned care to those who wish to live piously and to save others.
Come on.
But if anyone, after taking this adjuration, shall act otherwise, he shall with good reason incur eternal punishment.
Go ahead.
For why should not he who is the cause of the destruction of others not be destroyed himself?
Good night. Dang. Go ahead.
The elders, therefore, being pleased with the sentiment of James, exclaimed, "Blessed be he who has foreseen all things has graciously appointed thee as our bishop. When they had said this, we all loose up and prayed, rose up and prayed to the Father and God of all, to whom be glory forever. Amen.
All right, so look, y'all, we just went through the doctrine of reserve, the understanding that James, the just, the Messiah's brother, was the leader of his movement after he died. All right, even Peter, who had rank, he still had to report in. Clement, who he trained up, still had to report in. They saying James is the bishop and master over all the churches of the Hebrews in Jerusalem and every church everywhere, which means they all was under his orders. Everybody understand? That's what we just read, eh? Okay, now let's go show. Let's go show in the same book. We're going over to page 130, y'all. Let's go show how when Peter was out amongst the Gentiles, what he was teaching. What he was teaching. In line with Acts the 15th chapter. All right. NehemiYAH Bond, talk to me, brother. Talk to me. I know you got something to say. I was good, baby.
Hey, look, it's just like any other thing. You know, all these people today run around here in all these secret societies, right? All these fraternities. So why would it sound strange? Because anybody can't walk up, especially if we hear it now, that even at the time while yet living, the Messiah's message is being polluted. It's not by accident that here you are over 2,000 years later with that very knowledge that we get now was removed.
Yeah.
If everybody had that knowledge back then, you couldn't establish a kingdom like this. Because this is anti this type of kingdom. You wouldn't have a kingdom where you have to be mandated to put poison in your body, or whoredom run amok, or you know what I'm talking about, homosexuality is homosexuality a bust. They don't even ask about black rights no more or any other rights. You know, they ask, what about the LGBTQ? They've been voting and being able to buy houses and do anything they want to do. Period. All they want to do is be outside your face. So I'm saying, man, like when you sit here and you look at the initiation for colleges, you look at for secret, you know, like Masonics and all that, bro. There was always an initiation. Why wouldn't the Messiah protect his thing and have his thing covered? You know what I'm saying? Like anybody else would. Because if everybody can read, like he said, we all read the same Torah, but everybody gets different understanding. You see what I'm saying? And even the disciples hearing Christ speak, like, well, what did that mean? But everybody who read it claim they got the meaning like that. You see what I'm saying? Like how people will argue now. Oh man, the Bible says, Leviticus 11, Deuteronomy 14, eat. But then you ain't reading what the Messiah did eat. Nobody can point you in one place and say the Messiah took the sacrifice up to the high priest on behalf of anything. You see what I'm saying? Not even a goodwill offering or a peace offering. We know he ain't take no sin offering. But there's other offerings. He didn't take none of that up there. Right? And the man he went to that deal with that was a high priest was a man that never officiated in the office of high priest in the temple. He did it in the wilderness where the scenes were. Ooh. And everything that they did with blood, everything could be done with water. By the word. It's amazing, man. And that young Messiah sent out, man, he said, I understand my father's, water purification ritual.
We need to watch that after we get done, man. I want to see that, man.
Yeah, I seen the movie before, but I didn't even catch the.
Man, I didn't either. He sent it back. I sent it to him a while back, but I never caught none of that.
All those jewels.
Yeah, I only said,
and like you said, I wasn't sitting here for this or sitting here for that, man. I realized I was just sitting here to live. You know what I'm saying? And that's through the good, the bad, the ups and the downs. Because the experience of life will make him a better king of kings and lord of lords. Because he knows exactly how every man out here feels. You see what I'm saying? Even I tasted death before. What they look? Everybody say everybody want to be a good, good chief. Everybody want to be a chief. Nobody want to be the Indian. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
But look, the best way is to lead by example. So I done followed this thing to the death. Come on home. Ain't no excuse no more. Ain't no excuse no more.
Absolutely not, brother.
So when you sit here and you look at it, man, and you look at the totality, okay, what's the beginning of this thing should be? All right, what's the end thing that it should be? Well, what should I be doing in the middle? You see what I'm saying? If you start driving your car and you using, you buy your car, hey, use premium gas, right? Then you get in the middle of your ownership of your car. I want to try diesel. The price is a little cheaper now. You put in diesel. Boy, you gonna wish you kept gas by you get to the end of that thing. Your motor done.
Car gonna have the bubble guts, boy.
Hey, look, same thing as your body. You started off with the natural eating of herbs and fruits and nuts and stuff. And then now you here in the middle of this thing, you trying to put a whole different octane in your body called meats and flesh. And then wonder why you running with the bubble guts and cancers and everything falling apart, your vision disappearing, your thought process slowing down, your hormones ain't working, you got erectile disorders and vaginal dryness and all kinds of stuff.
Oh, no.
What's going on, man? That's a meat belly thing to work for you. Because your heart messed up, your arteries clogged up. You can't get an erection without your arteries right. So I'm just saying, bro, like, it would do you very well to get back to what the Lord ordained from the beginning.
From the beginning.
And
Absolutely.
what would be that in the end.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I
get it, man. I understand. It makes sense to consider this.
Those bubble guts you speak of is called the oozing bowels of decay.
The oozing bowels of decay. Hey, listen, if you ever came behind me, you would agree.
Yeah. Boy.
Hey,
boy.
I mean, not enough one time. Hey, I never get that. He said, I said, bro, you go in there, bro. You know, you spray air pressure and it still don't work.
Good night.
Bro, it don't work, bro.
What?
Bro, he said, man, it's all good, me, man. We all men. We all men. I ain't moving this. We all men, bro. He walked there, he said, dang.
Boy, you been eating lawful.
He said, me, you eating lawful?
Good night.
I said, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
All right, y'all, let's get this homily 7. Peter addresses the people. Mikael, the battle axe. Yeah, according to the calendar. See, we got 2 Enoch calendars, bro. I think we're going to go with the one YHWH'S and the YAHKI got. They calendars agree. And the reason why Sukkot start today on theirs and not tomorrow, like the other Enoch calendars, is because when you go back to the vernal equinox, the calendar that Imam has counts the last day of the year, which is the 364th day of the year, and the first day of the year is the same day, making it 364 days. The very next day is considered the first day of spring. The Enoch calendar that we have is in the App Store. When you go back to the vernal equinox, they show the last day is the 365th day. You know what I mean? So I think we're gonna go ahead and go with the one Iman I'm talking about. We had already put out the Enoch calendar out the App Store. They only a day apart, but I know we can all get on one accord being one day off. And 364 make more sense to me than 365. That's just me speaking as a man. So on the Enoch creation calendar that Ema sent out, Sukkot starts today and ends the 9th. All right, the one in the App Store Enoch calendar, Sukkot starts tomorrow and ends the 10th. We ain't had a chance to have no type of calendar discussion, but I'm thinking we gonna roll with what the calendar Ema and the October Yahoo did the 3-part video because it makes sense. It's a 364-day calendar. The other one I seen put out by this heathen is 365 days. It matched with the one that's in the Google Play Store. You know what I mean? So, yeah, based off that calendar, we had already sent out both of them. We sent out the one in the App Store first. You did, and that's because I didn't know they was different. I thought they all was the same. And then you look up and they had day off, and so.
And then too for those who, right, you still get right with the day. You just jump out there a day early. I mean, that's an easy discipline. But if you look at it, even when you use the mess, it's just a couple of ways to look at it. If you start today, you'll start at sunset for most people. The way they're gonna go with that round. And sunset, they run at midnight. You still be on the Saturday, going into Saturday night. You know what I'm saying? So many technical ways. They'll overlap each other. That one day difference.
Depending on when you start, absolutely.
Depending on when you start.
So
Now, me, I'm in this shape. My understanding how reserve the right to hold that speech until.
Yeah,
Me, I'm already in.
Yeah, day is night, night is day, baby.
I'm already in.
All right, let's get it done, y'all. Peter addresses the people. Peter is sent out. He was there in Acts 15 as well. When James stood up and gave the letters of recommendation to Paul and Barnabas. He sent Silas and them out too, and some apostles to follow them. This is what you're supposed to teach. This is what you teach amongst the Gentiles. Peter was there as well. That same oversee directive, Peter taught as well. All right, so we about to go deeper into the understanding of Acts 15. All right. All right. Yeah, that's on that calendar she got. Homily 7. Peter addresses the people. Let's get it out.
And on the 4th day of our stay in Tyre, Peter went out about daybreak, and there met him not a few of the dwellers round about, with very many of the inhabitants of Tyre itself, who cried out and said, God, through you have mercy upon us. God, through you heal us. And Peter stood on a high stone, that all might see him, and having greeted them in a godly manner, thus began.
Okay, go ahead. Reason, right? Reason of Simon's power. Simon, name is Simon Magus in her. Simon the magician. He had a doctrine called the Standing Man doctrine, which means he the Messiah. He claimed he had a vision of the Messiah. He claimed he talked to him. You understand? And he had an understanding outside of what Peter and them had. He was amongst the Gentiles teaching and preaching lawlessness, but he was Peter's main enemy. And wherever Peter would find him at, Peter would shut him down, and then he would go off to another Gentile spot. You dig? And then Peter sent his hitters out, Clement and them, go follow him. I'll be through in a week or so. All right, Peter just shows up. All right, now the reason Simon, this man who claiming that he's an apostle and basically the Messiah himself, the reason he got power over the masses of these Gentiles, this is the reason. Go ahead.
Yahweh, who created the heavens and the whole universe, does not want occasion for the salvation of those who would be saved. Wherefore, let no one in seeming evils rashly charge him with unkindness to man.
Yeah. So we gonna kill all that. The Most High creates evil and does evil. You don't want to be charging him with unkindness. Evil is a byproduct of man's free will. Man freely decides to go against what the Most High ordains. Thus, evil is produced. You see what I'm saying? Some people, it's read in the scriptures in certain places. God creates evil and does evil. All right, but when you hear the Messiah and what he spoke about evil, he said, look, you are your father, the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning, and he abode not in the truth. And when he speaks of lie, he speaks of himself, for he is the father of it.
So that's where it started.
Evil started with Satan, not with the Messiah's father. See what I'm saying? So that mean he taught the aspect of evil different than what was written down already. Because men even today will go and say the Most High Yah creates evil and does evil. It ain't like they ain't reading it. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It says, I form the light and create darkness. I do all. Should there be evil in the city and the Lord ain't done it? Correct? All right, well, the Messiah didn't teach that, or the disciples. When it came down to evil, they put that on Satan.
He's the father of it.
Ah, okay. See, another example of what he taught at times was different than what was written down.
Instead of anti-Torah, he'll be getting the treatment we get right now.
The
Messiah will be getting the same treatment.
They say we
are getting right now.
We blaspheming because we don't teach that God creates evil and does evil.
But what did Christ do in Matthew 19? The question we all have to ask, if you in this walk or you in this life, what must I do to have eternal life? You see what I'm saying? He called him good master. What did Christ say about his Father? There is none good but one.
Are you good at it?
He said there's none. He said he's good at it, but there's none good but one.
Oh,
But thou will enter into life
Keep the commandments.
And when you break down the ones he ran down, he ran down 613.
Yeah.
That would have been a long chapter. That'd been one of them Psalms 19 chapters. He ran the 10 to him. And when you really get down to the point when he went away sorrowful because he didn't want to give away his wealth, he broke the two. Top two. Yeah. He made that money his God and his graven image. He couldn't take his eyes off of his wealth. He went away sorrowful. Everything's all kept all those. He didn't say nothing about taxes, nothing about feast days, nothing about sacrifices. Go back and read that 19, man. Yeah. If you want eternal life, he broke it down. Yeah, this is what you do. Ain't no 613 in that chapter. Yeah, this is what you do. He said, I did all that, but sell all you have. And all come on. Let's see if you set an idol up in your heart. Oh, sell all that and come on. You should have life abundant. Ooh. He had that was the test right there. And wherever a man's heart is, his riches is where his heart is. No way. Whether it be his women, his car, his wealth, his 401k, his tennis shoe collection, his coin collection, comic book collection. That's why Solomon had all that. And guess at the end of the matter, he called all that vanity. So he say right here, what he say? He say, wherefore let no one in seeming evils rashly charge him, the Most High, with unkindness to man. The Most High is blameless. No matter what's going on this earth that you perceive as wicked, it ain't the Most High. Ain't of him. And Peter is saying that because he was trained by the Messiah to teach that. Man, it was cold, man. We see this a lot at funeral times. I know I have, and I sit back and shake my head sometimes. I already know why I can feel and all that sort of. Man, Lord, why you let my baby get killed? Slanger, banger, whoremonger, disrespectful, non-respecting you, steal, thief, robbery, jacker, you know what I'm talking about? Pistol packing with. Oh man, my baby got killed. Lord, why my baby? Well, what you do? You see what I'm saying? Are you maintaining your child or you raising your child? Right. It's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Paying bills, keeping lights on, clothes on your back, all that, taking them to school. That's maintenance. I'm not gonna give you no bit. Well, when did you teach your child? Can your child do any of this? Know any of this? Walk in this. And then say when they get older, we ain't supposed to do this. That's teaching your child. That's training your child. I had just found a video earlier with that Love Dorsey. Our parents dropped the ball. They didn't know. They did the best they could. The only thing you know how to do is survive from day to day. They ain't teaching you. Only thing you know how to do is brush your teeth. You know what I'm saying? Go to work for master. Come on. They don't try to deal with relationships, how to deal with what. Like if you ever need federal hard time, you can't never go probably walk out mom and get 10 rats. I can't. I can't. There's no weapon there. Now the other nations, they can go to their parents get 10 rats. Go to college without a student loan debt. Yeah, man. Oh, so we need to scrap the old tablet, man, and come back to the tablet that we should be on. You'll find riches. Absolutely. Now watch this. Go ahead.
For men do not know the issue of those things which happen to them. Nay, suspect that the result will be evil. But Yahweh knows that they will turn out well.
Come on home.
So is it in the case of Simon. He is a powerful.
He is a power.
He is a power of the left hand of God. And has authority to do harm to those who know not Yah.
Oh, go ahead.
So that he has been able to involve you in diseases.
Oh,
But by these very diseases, which have been permitted to come upon you, by the good providence of Yahweh, you seeking and finding him who is able to cure, have been compelled to submit to the will of Yah on the occasion of the cure of the body.
We talking about health, Fabian Bird? We talking about cure?
Hey, bro. Hey. Get that cancer. And get them other ailments, that disease, they follow you. People get more religious in the time of their almost near death experience And they will come back to that Genesis 1 diet if they wise and do what? Come up off of that illness.
Yeah.
And guess what? God will be giving off.
Look at that. This is Peter. You see, he's no remember he amongst the Gentiles, right? Now he's talking about the Most High giving you a cure. You being tormented by these suckers called devils at the behest of this Simon Magus, my enemy. And the reason you diseased and plagued and being subjugated is for a reason. He gonna go into that reason. It's a reason why James gave that directive to Paul and Barnabas. It's a reason. You understand? Now watch this. Now true about this. A lot of us never equate that reason with health. A lot of us never equate that reason with going against it with diseases. Right? We just say, oh, he just told them to stay away from things, strangled, blood, and all that. No, there's a reason behind him saying that. You understand? Because how many of us really understand that the sicknesses that our people go through in conscious Israel, we bring on ourselves.
We really do.
We bring them on ourselves. True about this. By following what we call the dietary law. How are you following a dietary law that brings sicknesses and diseases? Watch this. Go ahead. Watch this.
And to think of believing in order that in this way you may have your souls as well as your bodies in a healthy state.
In a what, Fabian Bird? A healthy state. See, it's a reason why he told them, tell them to stay away from this. Because eating like that is what brings the diseases. That when Messiah sent them out, then Peter was one of the disciples he sent out and said, heal the sick, right? Cast out devils, right? Well, trip off this, bro. That comes with a knowledge. They would have to teach the people they was going to heal, you understand, how to heal. And then that way, they could keep themselves straight and teach others. What good is us coming and laying hands on you and chasing some devils about it there, and then you continue to do the very same things that brought them in? Makes no sense. So when he told them to go heal the sick, that's them going out teaching how to heal. And, of course, praying, and I bind you up under the mighty hand of the Most High, and I crush your will through his eternal spirit. And I command you up out of this brother right now. Of course, they come with that, but there's a teaching that comes with that. Because you have to be taught how to keep yourself cured or healed. Ooh-wee. Now watch this. This talking about healthy. Look, Peter was there when James gave Paul these overseas directives. Now Peter is out amongst the overseas communities, teaching them how to heal, how to have your soul and your body in a healthy state. Ooh-wee. Hold on, Fabian Bird. Hold on, I got you. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Huh?
The branches of fornication. People only believe that fornication is like sexual matter.
Right.
And if you think about it, like even amongst the Hebrews and all of that, when it comes down to fornication, we equate like getting certain diseases and stuff like that from when you go out trying to sow your seed everywhere and all that, or you get a horrid woman. You know what I'm saying? And you get those type of diseases. We equate those diseases and those bottles, you know what I'm saying, demons to that.
Right.
But then what if you're not doing that? You know what I'm saying? And you doing the fornicate, you fornicate yourself to other guys.
Right.
Put stuff in your throat, put stuff in your throat. You know what I'm saying? That could also be equated to fornication.
Oh, really?
Because you still defiling your body.
Really? So you put something, it's an unlawful intercourse going on here. Right. It's a crime you committing, huh? Now watch this. So the Gentiles at this point, where he's in Tyre of Sidon, right? Gentiles are sick. They're sick. They have diseases. They're plagued with devils because of Peter's enemy named Simon the magician, Simon the sorcerer. Yeah. We read about him briefly in Acts the 8th chapter. It's real brief, right? No, that battle went on for years. That battle went on for years, brother. All right? Now, look at this on the screen. The remedy. What's the remedy? What's the cure for these diseased bodies, Fabian Bird? Let's see. Let's get it done.
Now, I have been told
Mhm.
that after he had sacrificed an ox,
Mhm.
he feasted you in the middle of the forum, and that you, being carried away with much wine, made friends with not only the evil demons, but their prince also.
Good
So,
night.
real quick, it's just like, you know, like when we talk about like you know, drinking wine or whatever, then you know you get drunk or whatever, and then like, or you got something in your system, and then you got like a woman over that's like a seducer though, and she trying to seduce you to do whatever she, you know what I'm saying, but you got this liquor in you or whatever, so like you with it, you open to it, you know what I'm saying? So look, just like how, you know what I'm saying, if we was eating living foods while you teaching living things or whatever, it's like we'll receive that. My bad, bro. But we'll receive it or whatever. It's like just like he did, like he was like that woman that was a seducer or whatever, and he gave like her, you want to drink, you know what I'm saying, her some drinks or whatever. So they already filled up with, so they already out of their mind, like they don't know what this dude is like talking about or whatever.
He's appealing to all their senses.
Yeah. And yeah. So since they like out of it or whatever, then demons can come into them. You know what I'm saying? While he's speaking to them.
Yeah. Hey, look, so knows what he sacrificed, an ox. It wasn't a pig. It was an ox. We killed an ox. All right. And I don't never say to what certain type of God or it was a Pluto. It just said he sacrificed an ox. In other words, our people came into an unlawful table fellowship with somebody. That's why you can't be breaking bread with everybody. You understand? Because you could be at the table of a devil and not know it. And by doing that, you willingly subjugate yourselves to them. You see what I'm saying? That's why the brothers are very particular. They can't be eating with everybody, right? Because you're eating at the table of devils. Simon the Magus was a demon. You understand? Who had spiritual power on a dark side. And that's what he was doing. Everywhere he went, he was bringing people under his authority. He was subjecting them. You feel me? And by the time he got done with you, you was diseased, you was sick. You feel me? And you was out of money.
Sound like a hospital.
Yeah. And so Peter got to come and clean up his mess everywhere he go and say, this is why you're sick. You understand? He talking bad about me like I'm the one, like the reason why you're sick is this. All right. First and foremost, table fellowship. All right. He killed an ox, poured up wine, told you it was all good. And you looked up and now all y'all without discernment, kicking it, doing all type of madness. You understand? Now watch this. Go ahead.
Now I would urge somebody, people like this, not wanting to follow by like this, heal yourself for like a few months. Mm-hmm. Like I remember YAHKI was talking about this before. He was like, yeah, you see, you probably understanding what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? Because he said, because the brain cells is not, you know what I'm saying, but it's basically moving in paraphrase, but basically going to your brain properly and all of that because of the stuff that you eat, and you're not eating like I eat. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, well, yeah, because if certain things like certain drinks and certain foods can destroy your mind, it's like, well, if you eat the opposite of that, then wouldn't the other one heal? Or wouldn't the other one have you thinking different?
Absolutely.
I just say like if you heal yourself for like a few months, then come back to these lessons and look at it all over again. You can think clearly. You know what I'm saying? It's
gonna hit different. Yeah. It's gonna hit different. A strong drink is called distilled spirits, right? Not the spirit of the Most High. So you knowingly putting unclean spirits down your throat, and you wonder why all type of unseemly madness start happening. Right. Shootouts and domestic violence. Pelvises collide in mid-earth. You know,
I'm trying to picture it in my head. It doesn't my phone.
Yeah.
Bro, I dropped my phone.
You know, I got that.
Y'all talking about NehemiYAH. This boy nice.
I got that from a used to be so-called elder of mine. He used to say that, boy. He used to have me hollering. Pelvises collide in mid-earth. I'm saying, all you gotta do is you heard me? All you gotta do is look at the fruit that it produces.
Hey, look, it's gonna be, wine, drugs, women. It's just what it is, bro. I mean, look back at our own lives and whatever part we play, you know, even our little fireball days, you know what I'm saying?
Not fireball.
Fireball.
I'm happy to read for that fireball too, man.
Hey.
Sure.
Eat breakfast.
Yeah. Whoa. Y'all gonna prepare? Y'all gonna prepare it, or y'all going down to the? I'm not telling you gonna go there. Them heathens worship the foreign gods. Yeah. Hey, won't y'all? You know y'all. They can't cook better than y'all anyway. You know what I mean? Now, if y'all gonna prepare, if y'all gonna prepare something, hey Nehemiah, let's go ahead and get them together, brother. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I half and half with you, son, brother. If y'all gonna get it together, for sure, I'll eat. For sure.
That boy ain't even breakfast. That boy was taking meals out.
Yeah. It's all good, babe. It's all good, babe. All right, so pelvises collided mid-air. Trip off this, y'all. Nehemiah, trip off this. Even, I mean, we can attest to that. The loss of memory.
Whoa!
The loss of memory.
Bro.
Boy, you done got home some nights and I remember how you got home.
I told you I used to get home by the angels, bro.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you where I parked, how I got here.
Yeah. So obviously what that is doing and what it's producing is not of the Most High. Even though you got a law or you got something, a permission in the Bible to say, drink strong drink. You see what I'm saying? But at what point do we level up and be like, that ain't good for me? I mean, okay, say it, of course. I ain't gonna tell you don't say it, but you don't got the right to say, look, no, that ain't good for me. I know it say that. You understand? I know I got the right to be at the feast day and enjoy myself and all that. You understand? But I can enjoy myself without throwing distilled spirits down my throat. All right.
Yeah, he got the physique, he could probably pull it off. He got that young physique, he could probably pull it off.
All right, come on, y'all. Come on. So we
elevation for me.
But you see the remedy he coming with. He's saying, look, this is how these demons got control over you and thus bringing sicknesses into your body. This would happen. My enemies killed an ox. Right. You know what I'm saying? Through a feast. You had the liquor or whatever flowing. You understand? You not having discernment dropped your guards. And guess what? You came into agreement of these devils. And by the time Simon get done with you, you're sick. Now, let's keep reading. Watch this.
You made friends. Made friends with.
Where you at?
I'm starting right there. Made friends with not only the evil demons, but their prince also. And that in this way, the most of you were seized by these sicknesses, unwittingly drawing upon yourselves with your own hands the sword of destruction.
Y'all heard that? See, the sicknesses we bring upon ourselves. Right? Trip off that. And that's tape. And look, that's through the mouth. Whether it's the wine or the drink, or whether it's that whatever that flesh that was. It's through the mouth.
Hey, bro, look what dude just said me, bro. Oh, watch this. I'm like, look. Excuse me, sir. Have you accepted Big Pharma as your Lord and Savior?
Wow. Wow. Right, but notice we bring it. Most of these diseases we go through that's riddled in the body and conscious Israel, y'all, is food borne. Okay, now watch this. Now watch this. Go ahead.
For the demons would never have had power over you had not you first supped with their prince.
Unless you ate with their prince. Unless you ate with the demon or the devil, the one that's over the demons. Demons could never have power with you unless you sat down. You understand? And not even, look, it can be unknowingly. Unless you sat down at the table with devils. You see? See what James was telling Paul and them, Peter is describing in a deeper understanding right here. Right? Table fellowship. You can't eat with everybody. Y'all, that include loved ones. You can't eat with everybody because everybody you run into is entertaining some type of spirit. Now you got to ask yourself which one. You understand? That's why the brethren ate amongst the brethren. Like, I can't even afford to be eating with nobody else. Spiritually speaking. You understand? Because whatever demon they ain't conquered, you dig? If I sit down and come into agreement, eating is a spiritual thing. Think about what we do when we sit down to eat. We look each other in the eye.
When the families do their thing, yeah.
You know what I mean? We look each other in the eye. We eating. It's a spirit. Look, it's a spiritual eating going on before it's a physical thing. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
That brings good brotherhood together too.
Now watch this. So the demons would not have any power over you if you had not first ate with the devil that's over them. Now, how do you eat with the devil? Let's read.
For thus from the beginning was a law laid by Yahweh, the creator of all things, on each of the two princes, him of the right hand and him of the left.
The right hand prince is Mashiach, Messiah. Left hand prince is Slick Willie himself. Right? Go ahead.
That neither should have power over anyone whom they might wish to benefit or to hurt, unless first he had sat down at the same table with them.
You see that? Mashiach can't benefit you unless you sup with him. The devil can't hurt you unless you sup with him. Who you sitting down eating with? Straight up. And look, it's all voluntary. Messiah ain't twisting your arm saying eat with me. The devil ain't either. Man brings himself into table fellowship or diseases through the eating at the table with the devil. A lot of us don't even realize how serious that is. All right, this is what James was telling Paul and them. Like, look, tell them to don't do this, that, and that. You understand? Because in doing that, you're in table fellowship with demons and you bring on sicknesses into your body. See? Watch this. Go ahead.
People tell you I can drink bleach and drink juice at the same time.
All right. Yeah,
Both tables.
Yeah, both tables. Go ahead, Doc.
As then, when you partook of meat offered to idols, you became servants to the prince of evil.
Go ahead.
In like manner, if you cease from these things and flee for refuge to Yahweh through the good prince.
Through the who prince?
Through the good prince.
Come on.
Of his right hand.
Come on.
Honoring him without sacrifice.
Without killing an animal, without sacrifices. Go ahead. It's gonna get even more. It's gonna get even more clear in the next chapter. Go ahead.
By doing whatsoever he will. Know of a truth that not only will your bodies be healed.
Not only will your bodies be healed, Fabian Bird. Look at that.
Your souls also will become healthy.
Bodies and souls will become healthy. Sup with Mashiach, but his feasting is without sacrifice. Right? In the beginning, Simon sacrificed an animal, an ox. That's how they got sick. He said, you sup with Mashiach, his feasting is without any of that. It was without killing the animal. Yeah, in Revelation. Speak up a little bit so they can hear you.
He said, Messiah said in Revelations, I stand at the door and knock. If any man answer the door, I'm going to come into him and sup with him.
And sup with him. Yeah, so his supping ain't got nothing to do with killing nothing, or you chewing on anything that's dead. Chewing on the dead flesh of animals. It said without sacrificing, right? Now, if that ain't clear enough, the next chapter is about to clear it all the way up, Fabian Bird. All right, watch this. Go ahead. Know for sure your bodies will be healed and your souls also will become healthy, right? Go ahead.
For he only, destroying with his left hand, can quicken with his right hand. He only can both smite and raise the fallen.
Chapter 4, Fabian Bird, the golden rule. Let's get into the golden rule real quick. What's going on? What's going on, big brother? Oh, they don't want to cook. They don't cook.
It said it takes overnight, so it takes a long time for fries.
Oh, okay, brother.
So you have to keep more.
Who left it? That
No.
Right there? Oh, okay. Make sure niggas ain't no heathens.
These are the niggas.
All right, come on, the golden rule.
Veggie plate?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which one?
Veggie tables. Veggie tables. All right, come on, let's get it.
Wherefore?
See if they, hey, I don't know what they got, what kind of rolls they got. They see they got spring. All right, the golden rule. Hey, sweet and sour, brother. Sweet and sour. All right, the golden rule.
Wherefore, as then ye were deceived by the forerunner, Simon, and so became dead in your souls to God. Wherefore, as then ye were deceived by the forerunner Simon, and so became dead in your souls to Yahweh, and were smitten in your bodies. So now, if you repent,
come on,
as I said,
come on,
and submit to those things which are well pleasing to Yahweh, you may get new strength to your body.
Come on,
and recover your soul's health.
It's all about health, strength, being healed. That was the what James was telling them was a way for them to heal themselves. Go teach them that, so all them devils can get up out of them. That was the whole point. I wasn't just saying it just because, you know what I mean? That discipline actually allows you to live a strong, healthy, vibrant, righteous life. So the Ruach of the Most High can dwell with you. See that? Watch this. Go ahead.
And the things which are well pleasing to Yahweh are these.
This is what pleasing Fabian Bird. Look at this. Go ahead.
To pray to him.
Come on.
To ask from him. Recognizing that he is the giver of all things.
Come on, huh?
And gives with discriminating law.
Oh, wait. Discriminating law, huh?
To abstain from the table of devils.
Come on.
Not to taste dead flesh.
Not to what?
Not to taste dead flesh.
Say it again.
Not to taste dead flesh.
You see that, Fabian Bird? You see that, Fabian Bird? That right there is what James was saying to Paul and them in Acts 15. That's what all that about the things strangled and the blood and the table of devils and idols, abstain from all that. Peter was there too. Now, Peter's out amongst the Gentiles. Is he not, Fabian Bird? He right here. And he's telling the Gentiles, look, y'all all sick and riddled in y'all body because of this. Stop doing that and do what's pleasing to the Most High. And this is what pleases him. And he get down to it, Fabian Bird say, not to taste dead flesh. So my question, when a Negro throwing that ribeye down his throat, huh? Or that lamb chop down his throat, is that living flesh or dead flesh?
You asking me right now?
Yeah.
Whether that's living flesh or dead flesh? Shoot, it's dead flesh at that point.
It's dead flesh. Absolutely. It's dead flesh. It's dead flesh. It's just, you know, just being real with it. It is. It is. Now, the pleasing thing, but what pleases the Creator, according to what Peter was taught by Mashiach, is for us to pray to the Most High, right? To ask him, recognizing that he is the giver of all things. We all agree with that. And gives with discriminating law. Meaning, yeah, you got to be obedient to what he's saying, right? Hear about this. To abstain from the tables of devils. So we got to be careful of who we eat with. Table fellowship is very, very important. Because eating with the wrong people subjugates you to demons. And then it said, not to taste dead flesh. That's pleasing to the Almighty. I read that and boy, like a bomb hit me. I say, whoa, okay. That makes sense. That's even more clear of what James was saying in Acts 15 and Acts 21. That takes out any of the guesswork, because he was there too in Acts 15. And you see what he's saying out here, right? So to abstain from the table of devils, not to taste dead flesh. What else to say out?
Not to touch blood.
Oh, good night. Did James say tell them stay away from blood? So the strangle must be the dead flesh, Fabian Bird. Go ahead.
To be washed from all pollution.
Oh, good night. Go ahead.
And the rest in one word.
Mm-hmm.
As the God-fearing Jews have heard.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, bro. Let me get on over. There is ready to fire off. Hold on. All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
Do you also hear, and be of one mind in many bodies. Let each man be minded to do to his neighbor those good things he wishes for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And you may all find out what is good by holding some such conversation as the following with yourselves.
Absolutely. Not only are we to be watch out for the table fellowship and the dead flesh and all these different things, how we treat each other is paramount too. Very, 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 very important. Very important. All right, because how Mashiach rolls, right? Mad love. That's just what it is. It gotta be that. You know what I mean? Like that's what this kingdom is about, right? He who loves another has entered, shall experience the oneness of the Most High, and has entered the kingdom of love. You see what I'm saying? We both be at peace with one another and always showing love is action. Show it. All right, that's just what it is. All right? So you're supposed to hold this conversation with yourself every day. Look at this conversation. What did it say?
You would not like to be murdered.
Come on.
Do not murder another man.
Oh,
you would not like your wife to be seduced by another.
That's right. That's right.
Do not commit adultery.
That's right.
You would not like any of your things to be stolen from you. Steal nothing from another. And so understanding by yourselves what is reasonable and doing it, you will become dear to Yahweh.
Now, we all want to become special or dear to the Most High. Y'all, they got everything to do with what we put in his temple and how we treat one another. That has everything to do with it. Yeah. Now, true about this. Man is the image of the Almighty. Right? How dare we crap or treat the image of the Most High? You feel me? Like it's nothing. Right? Was not Adam made in the image of the Most High? All right? Well, you were his sons. So us, that's why Messiah said, if you did it to the least of my brothers, you did it to me. Make sense? If you didn't did it to the least of his brethren, you didn't did it to him. Why? Because these brothers and sisters comprise or make up the image of the Almighty, y'all. We are being held to the highest standard ever in how we treat one another. We are. And what make us think we can treat one another and talk to each other any old way and expect to be a part of the divine order or the divine kingdom? What make you think you getting in? Look how you treating the Most High's image, his reflection. So what make you think you gonna treat him right?
Hey, bro, that makes sense even down to relationships, down to
absolutely,
household,
brother. That's right.
Everything, bro. How can you treat a person you claim you love with hate or some type of disrespect? You know what I'm saying? Claim you love the Lord at the same time. Say who says I love my brother?
Is a murderer. Is a liar.
And the kingdom or eternal life is not in them. Not in them.
Look, and if you have true
That's good. That's good medicine for even relationships.
Absolutely.
So you won't crap on the image of the Most High. Don't crap on each other.
Yeah. Because you saying that's what you do to the Almighty.
Especially, if the woman is one flesh with you, and she reckons you as Lord, and you treat her less than your flesh, especially someone who's something like, we don't equate evil to the Most High. So why you as a man equating evil to your real, to your creation? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not doing that to us. So why are we doing that to her?
Right.
Or to our children?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Or to our neighbor. You know what I'm saying? That
makes sense, man. It's the image of the Most High. Hey, be circumspect how you treat the Most High's image.
Everybody entertain strangers all.
You better be careful. You know what I mean? It's all a test. You're being tested every second of the day.
Every second.
Oh, let's get it.
Like if you had true love for your brother and sister, you would heal their body and soul.
Yeah.
And it's like they're going a step further. How could you do that if you can't heal your own?
Yeah. Makes sense. Let's finish it. Watch this.
And let me just start. You will become dear to Yahweh and will obtain healing. Otherwise, in the life which now is your bodies will be tormented.
Wow.
And in that which is to come, your souls will be punished.
Straight up. Straight up. You're supposed to read it and say, you know what? I'm about to live that life that I'm supposed to be living, from what I'm putting in my body down to how I'm treating my brothers and sisters, my spouse, my children, period. You understand? I got too much stacked against me. I don't know about y'all. To be, you understand, out here just willy-nilly and just whatever, you know what I mean? Acting like everything other than a son or the image of the Most High. Most High don't get down like that. Yeah, he don't get down like that. You understand? So we see the things that are well pleasing to him. All right. One half has to do with table fellowship and chewing on dead flesh. Other half got to do with action, how we treat one another. All right. Now watch this, because some people be like, well, you know, I may still be doing that, but you know, I feed the poor. You know, I do this. Watch this. Watch this. Let's read. Watch this. We almost done, Fabian Bird. I got you. Come on. Hey, this is Peter being sent out overseas as well. It wasn't just Paul was the apostle to the Gentiles. All the disciples were apostles to the Gentiles. You know what I mean? The Gentiles and Israelites all over the earth. They were sent with fiery tongues, with a fiery message. All right. Peter is going into a deeper detail of what the directive that James gave to Paul and them, the deeper deeper understanding of that directive. That not eating of things strangled and staying away from blood is an allusion to the chewing on the dead flesh of animals. We made it beyond clear today. All right. We almost done, though. We almost done. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Go. What's good?
We couldn't pay for over the phone because it's such a large order. It's like $91. So we gotta go pay for it. So they gonna hold it. They gonna start making it until we get there.
Oh, okay. So y'all gotta go and pay for it. So let me know what you need me to do. You know what I mean? I got you. I got
Tosh. I got 60. What y'all got?
I got 60. Like I said, when we gonna cover the rest? It's all good. We good. We gotta sit. You know what I mean? We got the toes out right there. They got them toes out, man. All praise. All praise. Hey, bro, there you go, bro. Just pass it on. Yeah. Now we ain't got.
I do.
Yeah, I really get this.
You want me? You pay for it and somebody just pay.
Hey, y'all go ahead and handle that business. I'm over doing my thing, but you know we got it right there. We got it right here. Yeah, we make sure we gonna make sure you're straight. We gonna make sure everything's straight. You know what I mean? For the daughters of Zion in this deal, baby. We talking about daughters of Zion, boy. All right, y'all. We got Peter departs for Sidon. All right, that's outside the gates too. That's outside Jerusalem. You dig? So let's get this. We in chapter 5. We in chapter 5. Peter departs for Sidon. Let's go ahead and get it done. Let's eat. Let's get it done, baby. Who got it?
After Peter had spent a few days in teaching them in this way.
Come on.
And
notice he's teaching them. He's teaching them about healing. He's teaching them about what's pleasing the Most High, right? Teaching, right? Go ahead.
And in healing them, they were baptized.
They were what?
They were baptized.
Come on. So he did teaching them in this way, and in healing them, they got baptized. Go ahead.
And after that, all sat down together in the marketplaces in sackcloth and ashes, grieving because of his other wondrous works, and repenting their former sins. And when they of Sidon heard it, they did likewise, and sent to beseech Peter, since they could not come themselves for their diseases.
They sick too. Tyre sick, Sidon sick. Everywhere where Simon Magus went. He was teaching the doctrine of death and diseases. Peter come through with the power of Ruach. He's teaching healing, and then he's praying and doing all that too. He's teaching them, look, y'all got to fast. Y'all got to stop eating certain things. They got to do this. And then he's putting out the power of prayer and healing them as well. You see that? Teaching how to heal. When the Messiah say, go and heal the sick, that's a teaching that comes with that. Then it's proactive. It's action that come right behind it, right? You got to learn what it is for your body to heal. And then that way they being proactive. They're not being counterproductive. Like we heal the masses, and then as soon as we leave, they back sick. Well, whatever they doing brought sickness back on. That's being counterproductive. But if they going out healing, if they going out teaching how to heal, and then healing through the spirit, you understand? The people learned how to heal, and then they can replicate the same thing. They can maintain it and replicate it.
And the same thing with YAHKI. I know we said this last night, but it's important. And this is bigger because I believe it was in his spirit a long time ago, even before this, came across our cipher. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, like, we take them back to the Genesis 1 diet, along with the herbs, which he command. Everything our kids use is not against what the Most High command.
Absolutely.
The herbs and all that is for the healing. And the foods you're supposed to eat, along with the herbs, keep you healed. You know, it improves your health. And then YAH'KI said it used to throw him off. Because every time he healed somebody, and he said, and the question always comes, can I now, because you know everybody got that, I need my meat. Can we go back to 11 and 14? Well, of course, YAHKI at that time, like, no, man. You know, he didn't say no. He's like, yeah, go ahead, because it's scripture. Then they coming right back, more sick than what they want. You enter back into that same covenant of death. And they burned in the spirit for a long time. So I'm just glad. These are just testimonies of what we've been through. And we saying, this is the YAHKI thing going on. I'm not saying this is YAHKI, but I'm just saying, we've been teaching and we've been going by what we thought was right. You see what I'm saying? Now, we weren't using the trickery, but we were giving depth to our people. You know what I'm saying? The meat eating and all that, you know. But now we're teaching them with these herbs, with this righteous eating, with these challenges to do all this. Now you can stay in good health, good spirits, separated from these demonic spirits, forces. You know, your mind is sharper, your body is sharper. You know, you move better. You know, your temple is more of an acceptable place for the Most High to do it.
Yeah, and how, you know, when I first brought this to the brother, because this is biblical information backing up what he been on for 5 years. I was with him the last time he ate flesh, 5-6 years ago. I remember what we ate. I was with him the last time he ate flesh before he got on with it. It was like bison burgers.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Yeah, buffalo meat. About 6 years ago. That's the last time he ate flesh. I was with him, but you know, we never had the biblical information.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or history of our nation concerning this, right? And so when I brought this to that brother, I told him, I said, bro, salute, because you been said this 5-6 years ago. Do you know I found the Nazarene sect from 2,000 years ago that validate what you got on 6 years ago? You know what I mean? And the brother couldn't do nothing but rejoice, like, man, that's what's up, bro. Yeah, tears of joy. Tears of joy. He's like, I know what I'm seeing. Like, I know I'm dealing with the herbs of the earth, and I'm seeing what heal people, and I'm seeing what brings the diseases. I'm seeing it.
I know who's sick and who
You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, they're not. So then when I finally brought it to him, he like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, bro. So I salute the brothers, man. Brothers that stayed faithful to their calling.
You know what I mean? To the call, boy. You got to let out that scream, boy. Just man, understanding that he had.
Yeah. That had to be a load off his shoulder, man.
Absolutely.
Can you imagine it's us getting to a place in the Bible where you come across something, and we have, whether we want to admit it or not, because some things you be on and you battle, then you try to quiet it in your spirit, like, oh, but it vexed you for real. You see what I'm saying? That thing you're like, man, look, no.
I'll explain that.
I'm hyped. I ain't never came across it. But see, man, and I know, but look, at that same time, we didn't realize it. But Malak was like, man, bro, I knew something was up, like he wasn't even like really teaching like he was. You know, YAHKI had took a sabbatical. Like, just sat back. He didn't want to say nothing. He said, I already know who my brother is. I'm going to have my chapters and verses and history and stuff together. You know what I'm saying? But bro, he said, I'm just gonna sit back. I just gotta figure this out. And keep, man. This is serious business.
Yeah, absolutely. Look
bro,
at
I mean, it makes all the sense in the world.
Watch this. It get deeper, Fabian Bird. Watch this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And Peter did not spend many days in Tyre, but when he had instructed all its inhabitants and freed them from all manner of disease.
Teaching or healing comes with a teaching first. Instructed the inhabitants of how to heal, then freedom. You see? So when he say go out and cast out devils, that's a knowledge. That's a teaching that comes with it. You see what I'm saying? Heal the sick, that's a teaching that comes with it. Then you get proactive with it. Put it in action, right? Go ahead.
And had founded a church and set it as bishop one of the elders who were with him. He departed for Sidon. But when Simon heard that Peter was coming, he straightway fled
to Beirut. Lebanon. Go ahead.
With Apion and his friends.
Apion is in the back of Flavius Josephus. You remember he's arguing with Apion. All these cats been around. All right? Like, look at this. Peter and Sidon. Watch this. Let's get it.
It says, and as Kefa entered Sidon, they brought many in couches and laid them before him. And he said to them, think not, I pray, that I can do anything to heal you.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. Let the screen catch up. Not think that I can do anything to heal you, right? Let the screen catch up so bro can see that. Dang, it ain't flipped over yet. What's going on, Fabian? There we go. All right. Go ahead,
Who am a mortal man, myself subject to many evils.
So people like don't think I'm something special. You understand? Watch this. Go ahead.
I shall not refuse to show you the way in which you must be saved.
I'm ready to show you how you shall be saved or how you can be healed. You see? Watch this. Go ahead.
For I have learned from the prophet of truth.
Nabi Ha'amet, the prophet of truth is Yahushua. Yahshua. He's called in here the prophet of truth. For I have learned from the prophet of truth. Come on.
The conditions foreordained of Yahweh before the foundations of the world. That is to say, the evil deeds which if men do, he has ordained that they shall be injured. They shall be injured by the prince of evil.
So the adversary rebelled in the beginning. All right. But the Most High set a law once he rebelled. All those who follow you, you're going to have authority over them. All right. So he's saying right there, he learned this from the Messiah. That is to say, the evil deeds which if men do, he has ordained that they shall be injured by the prince of evil. That's Satan. So whenever you choose to do evil or to go against the Almighty, you are willingly bringing yourself in bondage to Satan.
Which is that.
Yeah.
And that's your answer. I apologize. That was like I saw a sister ask a question. Like, did the Most High create death?
Yeah, they answered it already. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
And then, but you were actually reading out to us just because I wanted her on. It was Tia. They wanted that. Listen, what we're reading right now is going to answer that, because the day we went against the Most High is the day we activate. Rebellion is what brings on every ill-mannered thing that we go through. Right. It ain't the Most High did it. It's our rebellion, our sin. It's like what the fall and the watchers did. They failed. They did what they did. They reserved and changed the judgment. Hell was created not because of you, because Satan had been. That was created for him. But you're going to go down with him if you choose to follow him. You see what I'm saying? So these things are in play because of rebellion. Not because of the Most High said, spell, I'm sick. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Or that he just wanted to create evil just because.
Even our captivity, that's us. Our rebellion to the Most High says this: choose ye this day life and death. It's going to be death if you follow the enemy. You rebel, it's death. Right? Life is if you follow and obey.
Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon 2:23. The Most High didn't create death. They say right in there he didn't create death. You dig? But through envy of the devil. Through envy of the devil, it crept in. The Most High made not death, man. You see? So again, we got to watch out because we're ascribing the attributes of the wicked one to the Almighty. And in that, guess what you're doing in that? And doing that, guess what you're doing? You make yourself his enemy. You make yourself an outcast to his kingdom. Good night. Serious business. Do it say it, Fabian Bird? Is it Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2? I believe it is. If not, it's Sirach 2. It's one of them. Yeah. Go to Sirach 2. Go to Sirach 2 then. Last two verses. Oh, wait. But the Most High made not death. He was like, dang, dog, is that serious? Yeah, man. Serious business. Serious.
Fact checking out here.
Yeah, you supposed to, dang.
Fact check what my man said. What you talking about?
Straight baby bird.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, baby? Baby, I'm bird.
Wisdom of Solomon 1:13.
This Solomon 1:30. That's one. It's one in chapter 2. Hold on.
Yeah, that's that too.
Hold on, cuz. Y'all got me messed up, man. Let me go ahead and pull this out, man. Y'all supposed to know that. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here, man. Yeah, that's Wisdom of Solomon 2. Am I tripping?
Well, God created man to be immortal
Yeah.
and made him in the image of his own eternity.
What that's that, Nehemiah?
That's Wisdom of Solomon 2:23.
Oh, I knew I wasn't tripping, cuz.
You won't read?
What else?
Nevertheless, through envy of the devil,
Oh, man.
came death
Oh,
There
Lord.
into the world. And they that do hold of his side to find it. So you found it. Your sin made you find it. Because you were made immortal in the image of the Most High.
So he ain't great.
Hey, look,
beyond birth.
this is not the Clementine homilies, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't say, well, man, that ain't script, man. It ain't in the Bible. KJV 16:11, which most of y'all subscribe to, which none of y'all read the preface of. And see that, again, you can't attribute evil or death unto the Most High. In the same scriptures where you're trying to.
Yeah. So we got conflict, don't we?
So who you choose to believe?
We got conflict
You
there.
I choose to believe that the Most High is good, and there's none good but him, like his son said. There's none good but one. You can't be good and be evil. You sound like Eddie Murphy. Evil is good. You said we gotta go outside.
That's a vampire in Brooklyn. Yeah, that was crazy. So yeah, so we fact checking. Wisdom of Solomon 2:23. The Most High made man immortal, the image of his own eternity. Nevertheless, through what envy of the devil? What crept into the world? Death crept into the world. Dang, son.
So like for people that say that the Most High creates evil, says that the Most High brings death.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because if they saying that because evil brings death, so
you find it. And listen, to be honest with you again, Lord, I don't know where understanding the court's valid, but I'm just saying, in our little small mind, we use less than 10% of, and if he stacked the deck against you, how can you be counted against the deck that he stacked?
Oh, wait, say that again, boy. That was cold.
If he stacked the deck against you, how can you be counted guilty against that deck? Or is it how do you play the hand that you were dealt? You see what I'm saying? Everybody get the look. Christ didn't come to no king, no magi. He didn't come to no no high up hierarchy, Sanhedrin, priest. No, he came to a lowly carpenter. One jewel in that movie on the side. He said, isn't God a carpenter? Who you think taught Noah what wood to use, how much to measure, what nails to use, and the pitch thereof? Who you think set the worlds and the sun and the earth and the moon? Bro, he said God is the master carpenter. Who built you? Bro, that homicide is some master.
I really want to turn it on soon as we get back. I want to sit on back and just smile and taste. What you got, Roddy Rob?
I got that Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 13.
What it say?
For God made not death.
Oh, dang, that's second witness right there.
Neither hath he pleasure in the destruction of the living. For he created all things that they might have their being, and their generations of the world were healthful. And there is no poison of destructions in them.
Oh my, that's it. That's all we're talking about right here.
Nor the kingdom of death upon the earth. For righteousness is immortal.
But I'm not a rapper. Oh, man. Hey, there it is. There it is. Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 13. Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 23. Head crack for the men that say the Most High created death. He ain't created.
That's Wisdom of Solomon 1 and 13.
Good night.
And fit for righteousness is
immortal. And all things that have their being, and healthful.
You heard me.
All things.
And bro, it don't say health. Is he right? It says health.
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 Healthful.
Uh-huh.
For all things that have their being.
Yes, sir.
That don't just include you men.
Them animals, bro, young Messiah.
Yes, sir.
He had that bird that the woman was going to offer for a sacrifice in the temple at Passover. She was mad because it was flawed, and they sold it to her in the courtyard. Christ brought that little bird. You know what he did? Set that deal free. He said it could fly. That was his purpose.
Yes,
It could fly.
Let all things that have breath praise the Most. Let all things that have breath praise the Lord. Huh?
Once you get a different outlook on it, it's easy to see though, because it's like, what was you created for?
To praise the Most High.
So you know what I'm saying? To be have that immortality.
Yeah.
It's like, then, well, death is just the loss of it.
And look, that's why HaMashiach, just read that Wisdom of Solomon, but you know why Christ couldn't take death. He walked in full obedience, which means he walked in full righteousness, which means death had no power. For the wages of sin is what?
Yeah.
Because you find it.
All
But
right.
the gift of life is what? That's how.
Well, like the grave had to spit him out.
Bro, had no
had to spit him out of
power,
there.
dog.
That's why you say the pits of hell shall not prevail against you.
It will not, bro. It can, bro, could you imagine you getting down there and your ticket getting punched? They say, all right, we got Yahushua here, Ben Yosef, Ben Most High, Ben Yahweh. All right. All right, man. What's your ticket number? All right, what you? Oh. Hey, y'all, who wrote this book? Hey, man, the charge out here. Oh, my God. Hell starts shaking right there, boy. Can you imagine? Hell is shaking in this book. This sinless man.
Come on, y'all. Let's get it done. Let's finish this off, man. We almost done.
I said it's going to be.
It's going to be one of the classes again, bro. It's going to be one of the classes again.
For I have learned from the prophet of truth the conditions foreordained of Yahweh before the foundation of the world. That is to say, the evil deeds which if men do, he has ordained that they should be injured by the prince of evil. And in like manner, the good deeds for which he has decreed that they who have believed in him as their physician shall have their bodies made whole.
Wow.
And their souls established in safety.
Yeah. You was ready to live a healthy, wholeful, helpful, powerful life. All right. The two paths. We almost done, Fabian Bird. Watch this. Let's get it. Come on.
Knowing then these good and evil deeds, I make known unto you, as it were two paths, and I shall show you by which travelers are lost. I shall show you by which travelers are lost, and by which they are saved, being guided of God. The path of the lost then is broad and very smooth. It ruins them without troubling them. But the path of the saved is narrow, rugged, and in the end it saves, not without much toil, though those who have journeyed through it.
Yeah, the saved path, the path of salvation, or the road to perfection is less crowded. More room for growth, ain't it? No room for growth. It's less crowded. The way of death is very smooth and it's broad, and everybody on it. The way of perfection is less crowded, more room to grow. But guess what? You got to go through the fiery trials. All right, watch this. Go ahead.
And these two paths are presided over by unbelief and faith.
Come on.
And these journey through the path of unbelief. Those who have preferred pleasure.
Those who have preferred who?
Pleasure.
Wow. Go ahead.
On account of which they have forgotten the day of judgment. Doing that which is not pleasing to Yahweh. and not caring to save their souls by the word, and have not anxiously sought their own good.
Come on.
Truly, they know not that the counsels of Yah are not like men's counsels.
Come on.
For, in the first place, he knows the thoughts of all men, and all must give an account, not only of their actions,
Come on.
but also of their thoughts.
You held accountable for them thoughts, right? You held accountable for them. The thoughts of the wicked are an abomination to the Almighty, right? The ancient brethren used to look at thought as a cosmic ocean that you pull from and put into. And here you go entertaining wicked thoughts all day about murder and all types of pleasure. And bro, you responsible for that. That's a vibration you giving off. And you're pouring into this cosmic ocean of thought. How about this? We are responsible for the thoughts we entertain, whether we pull them or put them back. We responsible for them. So whatever come knocking that you know that's against the throne of heaven, you need to be binding it up and rebuking it. They gotta go. That's not of my Father. That's not of my Father. That's of the adversary. Right? You are responsible with what you entertain. You're going to be punished for entertaining wickedness. All right, go ahead.
And their sin is much less who strive to understand well and fail than that those who do not at all strive after good things.
No doubt. The sin is much less for those who fight to understand well and fail. And those who say, man, the hell with it. I'm just going to live a life to where I'm not responsible for nothing. Born to die, dog, until they ain't get money. You don't want to live no life like that. A mind void of accountability, responsibility. All right. If you know what righteousness is, you better fight with all you got. All right. Your sin is much less for those who know, who fight well to understand and fail, than for those who be like, whatever. All right. Makes sense? All right. Go ahead.
Because it has pleased Yahweh that he who errs in his knowledge of good, as men count errors, should be saved after being slightly punished. I read something else like this before. You go through a whole chapter, just talking about how you get punished, basically after you repent for your, for your past deeds. You get a slight whooping.
Yeah. You still got to answer for it. You sorry for it, but hey, you got to answer for that. All right, go ahead,
But they who have taken no care at all to know the better way.
The what way?
The better way.
Focus on that. That's why I want y'all to focus real quick. The better way. Right? The perfect way. All right? But they who have taken no care at all to know the better way. Go ahead.
Even though they may have done countless other good deeds.
Man. We out feeding the homeless and the poor. We out clothing people like this and all that. But you didn't give any care at all about the better way, the perfect way. Which way is that? Which way is the better way or the perfect way?
Oh, man, I ain't going to lie to you, man. Yeah, he know me, it is the better way, perfect way. Man, I still eat it, though.
Trip off what he's saying. Bro, he's saying even though you done done countless other good deeds. But if you ain't get on the better way. Now watch this. Go ahead.
If they have not stood in the service, he has himself appointed.
If you ain't stood in Yah's appointed service, you can have done all the little good deeds you think you've done. But if you ain't sought that better way, right? If you ain't stood in the service that Yahweh appointed, dang, what? Go ahead.
Come under the charge of indifference.
Rebellion.
And are severely punished.
Come on.
And utterly destroyed.
Rebellion and utterly destroyed and severely punished. If you ain't stood in his service. So the next question should be, well, what's his service? Come on, Fabian Bird. You know I got you. I got to show you the service, not all Fabian Bird. He said, he has himself appointed. If they have not stood in the service he has himself appointed, come under the charge of indifference, rebellion, and are severely punished and utterly destroyed. The next question need to be, well, what's his service then? I need to know, because I need to be seeking the better way, and I need to make sure what I'm doing out here as an Israelite, I'm in what? I'm in the service that the Most High appointed. right? Now, let's go into the service he appointed. Fabian Bird, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. You know what I mean?
Come on with it.
Come on with it. I got you. All right, now watch this. The service of the Most High's appointment. The service of the Most High's appointment. You ain't sought the better way. You did all these good deeds, but if you ain't stood in the service that he appointed, come under the charge of rebellion and shall be utterly destroyed and totally punished. Oh, we. So men can stop all that. Yeah, I heard what y'all doing, but you know, we feed the poor and ain't nobody telling you don't feed the poor and all that, but you need to make sure you're standing in the service appointed by Yah. Can you turn is it a way we can turn these
you can.
How you do that? You do that. Now there you go. Check.
Yeah.
Hey, get it up off there. I want y'all to see it.
Them wives with the lanterns not lit.
No. Let's show. Let's show. If you ain't stood in the service that he appointed, you're still rebellious and you're gonna be destroyed. What's the service he appointed? Let's go, Fabian Bird.
And this is the service he has appointed to worship him only and trust only in the prophet of truth and to be baptized for the remission of sins.
There we go again. Cleansing ritual.
Go ahead.
And thus, by this pure baptism to be born again unto Yah, by saving water, to abstain from the table of devils, that is from food offered to idols.
Come on.
From dead carcasses.
From what, Fabian Bird?
From dead carcasses.
From what, Fabian Bird?
From food offered to idols. From dead carcasses.
And from dead carcasses. Wow. That's part of the Most High's appointment. That's part of his service that he appointed. That's part of the service that he appointed. You can have did all the good deeds you done did, but if you ain't stood in the service he appointed, part of that service is to stay away from food offered to idols and, what they say, from dead carcasses. What we are chewing on is the dead carcass of an animal.
So what was Paul talking about so much?
Now remember, Peter is under the same directive that Paul is up under by James. And James told Paul and them, they tell him to stay away from things offered to idols, right? Fornication, things strangled, and blood. This is Peter's second time saying about the dead flesh and the dead carcasses. Oh, we? Yeah. From dead carcasses, what else to say,
From animals which have been suffocated or caught by wild beasts, and from blood, not to live any longer impurely.
Come on.
To wash after intercourse.
Come on.
That the women on their part should keep the law of purification.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go ahead.
That all should be sober-minded.
Come on. So what kind of minded?
Sober-minded.
Sober-minded. You ain't supposed to be out here drunk and high. Sober-minded. This is the service that Yah appointed. What else to say,
Given to good works.
Come on.
Refraining from wrongdoing. Looking for eternal life from all-powerful Yah. And asking with prayer and continual supplication that they may win it. Such was Peter's counsel to the men of Sidon also. And in few days, many repented and believed and were healed. And Peter, having founded a church and set over it as bishop, one of the elders who were with him left Sidon.
Y'all heard this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So look at your show. Bars. Go ahead, brother. What you got to say? I see you over there.
Okay. Amen. Hey, so look, man. Hey, that is hard. It's hard, man. Hard, man. Sometimes it can't be explained.
Bro, that is as self-explanatory as you can get. Dead carcasses when it's suffocated, caught by another animal, strangled, all that.
You got the answer, man. You got the answer. So like,
That's it, man.
I was saying like when people like coming against it and stuff like that, like, hey man, you might be out there feeding the homeless, you might be out here doing this, but is you into the service of Yah? You know what I'm saying? Are you walking in this service or whatever?
Yeah.
It's appointed. And like, hey, you know what I'm saying? What service is that? You know what I'm saying? What you talking about? I've been walking in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then you tell them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you gave them an answer. You gave them, you know, something.
Yeah.
Called out a problem. Gave them a solution.
That's right. You got homilies 7, chapter 4, and homilies 7, chapter 8. Right? If you ain't stood in the service he appointed, you need to read chapter 7 and chapter 8 of that. Because he said, if you ain't stood in the service that he himself appointed, you come under the charge of rebellion. And you're going to be utterly destroyed. Then he goes into what this is, what he appointed. Prayer, baptism, right to it. Right? It's not to be chewing on the dead flesh of animals, man. Right? So you mean to tell me, like, remember, he keep bringing up, you're sure, don't he keep bringing up the prophet of truth in there?
Oh, yeah.
I was taught by the prophet of truth is. That's what he keeps saying. The prophet of truth is none other than the Holy Messiah. What Peter is speaking is what YHWH taught him. You feel me? And there are those who are in high position that know the history, the church history and all that know about Peter's journal right there. They know about it. Why you think it ain't in the Bible? It strongly comes against the agenda of Rome. One of them is the slaughterhouses and the chewing on the flesh and all that. Strongly comes against it. We used to think it was just about the swine. No. Them brothers was totally against it all. You understand? They looked at it as a slaughterhouse. You think the Most High God is with the slaughterhouses in this earth? Just in the U.S. Let me pull up the kill clock. Let me pull the kill clock up in a minute.
Boy, can imagine where he is now.
Man, look, I'm finna pull out the U.S. animal kill clock for 2021.
1,000 million.
That's what it should be called. It cold last night, boy.
Serious business. Most I ain't.
Ain't lions, y'all catch more like vultures.
Yeah, most I ain't with none of this, bro. Good night, boy. Let me share this screen, bruh. Bruh, it ain't even close to what it was when we checked it last month. Good night. And this just in the U.S. This just in the U.S., y'all. Oh, let me share this real quick. All right. Right, and look, they ain't got no shame. They keeping track of it. Look at that. Well, you think somebody be trying to hide it? Like you're not even hiding your wickedness.
But it's at the point like you don't have to. Everybody is at all where they
claimed it already,
and they used to it and they accept it. Then you don't really
Nehemiah, what that say, my dear brother? Good night. 41 billion.
719 million. 933,000.
Nah, keep going. Yeah.
900 and going thousand.
900 and going thousand.
Only like 36 last time.
It was like 28 billion, bro.
41,700. 41 billion.
Just look.
Just keep on.
Bro, it's about to be at 41.8 billion and right about. Oh, okay. It's 41.7 billion. It says 720 million. 41 billion, 720 million. And it's in the hundreds of thousands counting. It's on my screen. It's on 20. Yeah. Now, let's go down. Let's go see. Look what kind of animals, Fabian Bird. Look at this. No, guess what? Guess what? Guess what's the highest? The pork.
Chicken.
Brother, you know you conscious Israelites eat chicken.
That chicken body and the pigs.
Look at that. Now, I'm talking about conscious Israel, right?
Uh-huh.
Look at that. 8 billion chickens. More chickens been slain in the U.S. and thrown down the throats of men than are inhabitants in this earth. It's only 8 billion people in this earth. Over 8 billion chickens to date since January 1st have been slaughtered in the United States of America. This ain't even worldwide. Oh, brother, it was because we was lusting. What do you call that?
Right.
Is that not lust? Is that just a walk in the park? Fabian bird, look at this. Some more birds. Turkey 214 million. The chicken, and look, it's the Negroes that eat chicken, bro. The heathens don't eat chicken like Negroes eating chicken. The Negro is directly responsible for all the slaughter of those chickens. Because heathens don't eat chicken like we do. We eat chicken every day. Okay? There go the turkeys. The cow you eating, 36 million. Now look at this. Pig, 124 million. You thought the Negro was still eating pig more than what they call lawful meat, which is chicken, they say is lawful. But we got a whole something coming out there that ain't lawful either. What I'm saying is, conscious Israel is still eating chicken.
Chicken ain't lawful.
Nah. We got to come. We about to show you. We about to show you. We got the whole breakdown. How it was created. It was created not even 200 years ago.
Man.
Yeah.
These people are sick.
Yeah, it was created not even 200 years ago. Hey. They got the sucker. They got the deal. They first gene splice and made it a hybrid. That's in the museums.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, the chicken is a hybrid. It's unclean. It got in Leviticus 11 something called the coo cow, and that's unlawful. Yeah, it's majority coo cow and some other type of stuff. It's something new. You know, Negroes eat chicken because they feel the Most High gave us quail to eat in the wilderness. Even though quail killed us. Numbers 11, the quail. It was the lust, brother. The lust. It was the lust, brother. It was the lust. Okay. Well, what is that, brother? What is that?
That's hunger, bro.
Dang.
I'm vegan, bro. So
I know. That's lust right there, though, bro. 8 billion chickens.
That's more than enough.
Good Lord.
You're right. Animal lust. What's the upgrade for that? That 8 billion chickens, though?
What's a hard look like for us? Chicken.
They're going to duck. They're going to sheep.
And then it's like, why are you so much better than the Israelites in the wilderness that you ain't lusting?
All right, why you ain't lusting? There's 8 billion chickens that got thrown down.
They was lusting when they ate.
Yeah, but you not. We not lusting, though. You niggas got a KFC and a Popeyes and a church's chicken on every corner. But you not lusting, though, dog. Like, what is going on here?
They ain't got it in the gas station.
Got gas station chicken. I used to eat it for breakfast. I know. Good night.
I remember going on like the working jobs and stuff like that with my cousin. Like, and then we'd go to the gas station. That's the first thing like we'd go and pick up.
Yeah. Chicken kitchen was fresh out the fire. You know what that? Remember, give them the shit. Give no punishment,
All praise. Let me see. Let me. You know what? I want to play a little something before we get on the body is. Nah, man, I ain't gonna do that today. That's gonna get us banned off YouTube. Darius and found something's gonna get us banned off YouTube again. Oh, good night, boy. He done found something that if I show this right now, we will be kicked off this sucker. You see, they already took us down earlier today for the copyright. They took the stream offline earlier. Because we was sharing something that they ain't, I ain't
It's just about like a testimony of a woman, like she got a book, Dying to Live, and she was getting interviewed by this woman about this experience that she had where she basically died.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was out of her body or whatever. She was going into like, saying her family members and different people like the doctor and stuff like that, and spread the feeling how they was feeling or whatever. And it was just like she was like, I forgot.
Yeah, she had cancer. She went to a coma. They thought she died, so she slipped off, had an out of body experience, and she was saying like in the next realm, it ain't none of that. Like we all connected. She felt expanded. She felt love, and she had an option of whether to come back into this riddled body or to stay where she was at. She was like, I ain't trying to, be sick or nothing no more. But she received inspiration that, you're going to quickly be healed of this cancer. You still got work to do and need to share your testimony. So she, no doubt, returned on back, came out of that coma, told everybody in the room what they was doing, why they thought she was in a coma. And within 5 weeks was totally cancer-free. This was in 2006. Without the chemo and all that, it was totally cancer-free. That was 15 years ago. So I was showing that earlier, and that's why they stopped the stream. And she was just saying it was her fear and anger that she had as a child of her father and certain things, that the way she was raised, that brought the cancer on. You know what I mean? And only when she was able to forgive and let go was it, you know what I mean, it could no longer stay in her body. It did. Okay. Brother, post that in the chat. Y'all need to look at that and get her done. All praises. All right, y'all. We need to pray on out, though, man. We need to pray on out. Y'all, we probably gonna sit over here in NehemiYAH crib and watch the the Young Messiah on Netflix. Chop it up, you know, we can give people in town. We got Fabian Bird in town. I'm a little brother. Hallelujah. Praise y'all. You know what? I do got one more thing. Fabian, more people to jump. You did. We got the right there. Hear me, brother. Get on. Really, right? Really, right. I remember. Pass that on. We gonna. Hallelujah. Yeah, y'all, we gonna that shit pop on. Let me know. Yeah, we gonna get together. We for those, we together right now. We gonna be doing a live video tomorrow too. You know, the suit coat. Bring it in. Salute the brothers and sisters. All right, but here, let me show y'all. We gonna go to Nazarene Acts next. Page 39. All right. Hold on. All right. I can't open it up in this one because that's gonna mess up. I knew it. All right, we got that coming. Eggs out the rest of that. Page 39. Y'all bros get some understanding today, brothers?
Yes, sir.
All praises, man.
Now I'm just saying. Yeah. I wouldn't be anything gonna do, you know. I know, right? Just saying.
Okay, got you. I'm up. Okay, got it right there. Okay, we're gonna go to 30. We're gonna go to 30. We're gonna go to 38, the Exodus. And we're gonna read down into 39, y'all. Okay. We're gonna read into 39 all the way over to 40. So go back to 38. It's something, there's a spot in there called the Exodus. All right. All right, now let me go ahead and share this on the screen real quick with the fam. Shalom, shalom, my beloved brother. It's seen Nazarene, YAHWH'S. Bless up, my beloved brother. Blessings, abundant blessings to you and yours, brother. All right, everybody.
Tell me, hit me up when you get done.
NehemiYAH Ben Israel says hit him up whenever you get done, bro. All right. Now, let me show y'all this real quick. All right. I'm about to go to page 38 of the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. All right. Yeah, boy, we're gonna make the right people mad at us, Fabian Bird. It's all good, brother. So we're gonna go to the Exodus. Now, trip off this. I'm gonna see if y'all peep how Shimon Kefa described the Exodus. Trip off how he described the Exodus. All right. This is his journal as well. I think this one got a few missing writings that the Clementine don't have in there. Nazarene asked got the rest of them in there. Very powerful. I would suggest brothers and sisters get this. It's curriculum. Get it. Blow your mind, these writings. All right. We almost done. All right. Now who got that? Who gonna read that? Read the Exodus. Read. All right, the Exodus, chapter 30. I mean, page 38. What does it say, y'all?
After this, Moshe, by the command of Yahuwah, whose providence is over all, led out the people of the Hebrews into the wilderness, and leaving the shortest road that leads from Mitzrayim to Judea, he led the people through long windings of the wilderness, that by the discipline of 40 years, the novelty of a changed manner of life might root out the evils that had clung to them by a long continued familiarity with the customs of the Mitzrayim.
Now trip up there right there. He said the 40 years was supposed to get out of them the evils, root out the evils that had clung to the Israelites by long continued familiarity with the customs of Egypt. That was the whole point. We supposed to get all that up out of us before we made it to the land flowing with milk and honey. All right, what are some of these things that have clung to us? Go ahead, Doc.
Meantime, they came to Mount Sinai, and from there Torah was given to them with voices and sights from heaven, written in 10 precepts.
Written in what?
10 precepts.
You see, that's the eternal Torah right there, the 10 Commandments. All right, that's the eternal Torah. Go ahead.
Of which the first and greatest was that they should worship Yahuwah himself alone, and not make to themselves any appearance or form to worship. But when Moshe had gone up to the mount and was staying there 40 days, the people, although they had seen Mitzrayim struck with the 10 plagues, and the sea parted and passed over by them on foot, manna also given to them from heaven for bread, and drink supplied to them out of the rock that followed them, which kind of food was turned into whatsoever taste anyone desired. And although being placed under the torrid region of heaven.
Hold on, let me get this over here. I got you, brother. All right. Go ahead.
They were shaded by a cloud in the daytime, that they might not be scorched by the heat, and by night were enlightened by a pillar of fire, lest the horror of darkness should be added to the vastness of the wilderness. Those very people, I say, when Moshe stayed in the mount, made and worshipped a golden calf's head.
Come on.
After the fashion of Apis, whom they had seen worshipped in Mitzrayim.
We know about the golden calf, don't we? Aaron and the golden calf. Well, that is the god Apis that was worshipped in Kemet. So that what they did, They just, what they mimic or saw in Kemet, they mimic in the wilderness. You see? How many of us actually knew that was a committed god that Aaron set up? That was the god Apis. Yeah, that same god is on Wall Street. That bull is in front of the Wall Street building out in New York. That's the same God. Same exact God. Yeah. Yeah.
Washington and Broadway.
Same thing. Now look at this. That was a Kemetic or an Egyptian god that Aaron set up. And then said, these are the gods that got you out of Egypt. He said that so-called God was the Heavenly Father. That's who brought you out of Egypt. Aaron. Now, is Aaron on record anywhere repenting for that? Is he on record anywhere repenting for what he did right there? All right, let's keep reading. Maybe you can find it. Maybe you can find it. I don't know. All right, go ahead.
And after so many and so great marvels that they had seen, were unable to cleanse and wash out from themselves the defilements of old habits. On this account, leaving the short road that leads from Mitzrayim to Judea, Moshe conducted them by an immense circuit of the desert, so that if he might be able, as we mentioned before, to shake off the evils of old habit by the change of a new education.
A new education. It got to be retaught, right? Now, this next chapter says the allowance of zebah or sacrifice for a time. Why was it allowed? Because the chewing on the dead flesh of animals can't happen unless you kill or sacrifice. So why was it allowed? Let's look. Say Fabian Bird. Look at it. Come on.
When meantime Moshe, that faithful and wise steward, perceived that the vice of Zebahim to idols had been deeply ingrained into the people from their association with the Mitzrayim, and that the root of this evil could not be extracted from them. He allowed them Zebahim
or sacrifices. Go ahead.
But permitted it to be done only to Yahuwah.
Now trip out this. So look, the sacrifices are still called a deeply ingrained evil. Still, look what he say. He say, when you go back and say, perceive that the vice of sacrifices to idols have been deeply ingrained into the people from their association with the Egyptians, and that the root of this evil could not be extracted from them. He allowed them sacrifices, and that the root of this evil could not be extracted from them. He allowed them sacrifices, but permitted it to be done only to the Most High.
So there you go. So this is one of the things that we talked about early on when we was bringing these teachings out. That's why Malaki said that, bro, we ain't read in a while, but it's good to bring it back up again. Moses gave permissive things to be done in the Torah, in what you call the law, and you ascribe those permissible, unordained, ungiven, unlawful things
to the Most High.
To the Most High.
You do?
Because you figured it was attributed by Moses. Moses did stuff on his own on some things. Marriage was one. The divorce thing should never ever happen. You see what I'm saying? These sacrifices should never ever happen. If the sacrifice should never ever happen, then the meeting would have, guess what? Never ever happened. And again, we're going to easily, it's going to even take a physicist to figure it out. If these sacrifices were not being made, these priests weren't asking you get they got rich off of y'all. Imagine 600,000 people bringing you 10% every day.
Good night.
For sacrifices. You're rich. You're wealthy. And you want to maintain that wealth throughout your existence. You see what I'm saying? So these things were done at Moses' will, or what's the word? Pacification or permission. Not by your
Yeah. Even though you may be reading, God said this, and God, look, we reading right here.
That's your scribe.
He is straight telling you. He did what Mashiach taught him was that Moses and them, or the priests, because I believe certain things was ascribed to Moses that he ain't never even do. You understand? But that's another story. But he's saying that right here, it was allowed by a man for a certain time. It was allowed by Moses, not by the Most High. All right, now watch this. Go ahead. But permitted to be done only to Yah, right? What else to say? That what?
That by any means he might cut off one half of the deeply ingrained evil.
The what, Fabian Bird?
The deeply ingrained evil.
So the sacrificing is a deeply ingrained evil. He just said, look, we're going to allow it to be done to the Most High. Right? Trip off this. But he said but trip off cutting it, stopping sacrifices of being done to an idol is only cutting off one half of the deeply ingrained evil. He allowed it to be done only to the Most High, but what still remains is still evil.
It goes
Dang.
Job said, man, we can talk about it. Hey, look, who can make an unclean thing into a clean thing?
Yeah.
No, not one.
Yeah, when you get into like the same gospel piece, they tell you that like Moses, because like he felt for the people, it's just like he gave certain laws to them that they wouldn't be slaughtered. So instead of killing each other, they would be allowed to kill animals.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Instead of them, but not knowing that, like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say like one part of this evil, because that animal still has life and it's a
living soul.
It's a living soul.
Man, look, a temporary fix. You got a hole in your radiator. I just had one earlier this week. You got a hole in your radiator. What you gonna try to do? Patch it up?
And look,
or take that?
He hit me up. He said, "Bro, I was actually with him." I said, "Hit me up." He was talking. He said, "Need, they got any type of testing, but you don't want this stuff." He said, "You know what? Let's go and get a brand new radiator." You know what? And look, I love his mindset, bro. Like, we already changing the fan, so you already got stuff broke down. Putting the fan back in, bangs, radiator straight swipe.
Yeah.
So he was like, need some of that whistle, some quick pick. I said, because you be taking that fan right back out. You see what I'm saying? He said, you know what? You know what he said? This man said, thank you. He said, thanks to the Most High. He said, look, another day I gained some more wisdom.
Yeah, experience.
Experience and wisdom.
Yeah.
Bro, I never looked at a property.
Hey, it's a
problem. All through the roof on some curses.
We about to experience. We about to go through this experience and get it done.
Changed it himself. He changed. Him and his brother changed it themselves.
That deal running perfect now.
Here, running just fine. Upgraded actually because he went from a 5-fan. You know about Corey. He went from a 5-fan, 2-fan system to a 7-fan.
Yeah,
7-blade. Even better.
7-blade. Yeah.
Yeah, he's running even better.
Yeah, that was all good. Running brand new. Knows what he said though. That he might, by means, he might cut off one half of the deeply ingrained evil. What else, Fabian?
No way around it, bro. Listen, I want Israel to know there's no way around this thing sacrificing.
Right.
That's evil.
That's right.
There's no way
That's right.
around it. It is evil.
Yeah.
Listen, even at half,
Yeah.
it's evil.
He's saying one half of the deeply ingrained evil. Right? Now watch that, Fabian. What it say?
So to say, leaving the other half to be corrected by another, and at a future time, by him, namely, concerning whom he said himself, a Navi,
a prophet. Go ahead.
I got you. A Navi will Yahuwah, your Elohim, raise unto you, whom you will hear, even as myself, according to all things that he will say to you. Whosoever will not hear that Navi, his spirit will be cut off from his people.
Now, trip about this. Next chapter, we done. The set apart place, which is the holy temple. Now, if the temple ain't sacrificing going on, ain't sacrificing going on at the temple? All right, so we just read what the sacrificing was one half of a deeply ingrained evil. And he allowed that to be done only to the Almighty, and to the prophet of truth showed up to correct that. And then we just read that. Now watch this, the set apart place. Go ahead, Ak.
In addition to these things, he also appointed a place in which alone
it should be lawful to them to sacrifice to Yahuwah. And all this was arranged with this view that when the fitting time should come and they should learn by means of Yeshua that Yahuwah desires mercy and not sacrifice, and they might see him who should teach them that the place chosen of Yahuwah, in which it was suitable that victims should be offered to Yahuwah.
Those are called the animal sacrifices, victims. That victims, victims should be offered to Yahuwah, right? Go ahead.
In his HICKMAN.
And his what? Wisdom. Go ahead.
And that on the other hand, they might hear that this place, which seemed chosen for a time, often harassed as it had been by hostile invasions and plunderings, was at last to be wholly destroyed.
Wow. Go ahead.
And in order to impress this upon them, even before the coming of Yeshua, who was to reject at once the Zebahim,
the sacrifices.
Go ahead. In the place, it was often plundered by enemies and burnt with fire. And the people carried into captivity among foreign tribes.
Dang.
And then brought back when they betook themselves to the mercy of Yahuwah.
Only came back out of captivity when we were looking for mercy. That's it. Go ahead,
That by these things they might be taught that a people who offer sacrifices are driven away and delivered up into the hands of the enemy.
Wow. Look at that, Fabian Bird. Go ahead.
But they who do mercy and righteousness are without Zebahim, sacrifice, freed from captivity.
I don't know how you get free from captivity. Without sacrificing, righteousness and mercy are freed from captivity. Go ahead.
And restored to their native land. But it fell out that very few understood this, or the greater number, though they could perceive and observe these things, yet were held by the irrational opinion of the vulgar. For right opinion with liberty is the exclusive right of a few.
Wow. So what? Right opinion with liberty is only exclusive right of the elect, bro. He said you'd have thought our people figured it out. All that sacrificing cost you to go into captivity. All right? Mercy and righteousness without sacrifices allow us to return to our native land. He said you'd have thought we figured out all our history in and out of the land. Temple being destroyed. Furniture being taken out the temple. Ark of the Covenant taken out by during the time of Jeremiah. Before the Babylonians sat. But the Ark of the Covenant is what they use for the Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, when they take the blood of the animals and go into the Holy of Holies and sprinkle the blood of the animals in the Ark of the Covenant. But the Ark of the Covenant had been missing for 600 years before the Messiah even came. So when the Messiah was on the earth and they doing Yom Kippur, they don't got the Ark of the Covenant to spread any animal blood on that sucker. So you ain't even doing that right. The whole point was for us to see the destruction and to see the plundering of this place we call God's house and say we doing something wrong. Dang. Didn't mean to cut you off, my beloved brother. Speak your piece.
It's like, man, when we come to the Ark of the Covenant, man, we think of all these like physical things that we attribute like to holiness or the most at that time. So even today, you know, when we look at like the Ark of the Covenant temple, like things in there, you know, the holy holy. So it's like, but this thing is holy, but at the same time, it's the blood spread on it and like all types of stuff. It's like, how is it at that point? How is it holy still? You know what I'm saying? How is it still holy? It's because like the priests made us think that it was still holy. And, you know what I'm saying? It got blood on it. You know what I'm saying? Innocent blood is shed and it's put on the Ark of the Covenant, making it unclean. And then they tell us, you know what I'm saying, that you know it's still clean or whatever. But yeah.
I mean, they only did what Satan do, but with the with an agenda behind it. You know what I'm saying? They basically played on your desire. We coming straight up out of Egypt, so we doing it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So they played on your desires and say, hey, well, you know what I'm saying? We can give them that and we can make money off of it. Or we can make, you know what I'm saying, revenue with that.
We can secure the bag for millenniums, brothers. Real talk. So, we was going into that. Matter of fact, that was supposed to be last night's class, but y'all remember how the brother came on and was like, hey, bro, I heard what y'all saying, all praise. So, we went into that. And this is to go further into the overseas directives that was given by YHWH'S, James just took Paul, and then they go even deeper because all the disciples had to teach that same thing. And obviously, Peter was up under that directive, right? He brought up the food off the idols. He brought up the blood. He brought up the illicit sex, and he went deeper and showed that the strangling is actually the dead flesh, the chewing on the dead flesh. He did. Also, I thought it was very interesting when he said, look, you can have all them good works you want, but if you ain't stood in the service that was appointed by the Almighty, you come under the charge of rebellion, you feel me, and will be utterly destroyed. I was like, oh, wait, boy, that's serious business. But the things that are well pleasing to the Most High, from prayer to baptism, asking the Most High, you understand, for everything, that treating of your brothers and sisters and your neighbors and your spouse and those around you in righteousness, for they are the image of the Most High as well. You see what I'm saying? But how ironic though, boy, that we looking there and he talking about that flesh. I'm like, wow, bro, that's crazy. Been out here, you understand? I mean, if it resonates with your spirit, rock with it. If it don't, we can't force nobody, you understand? But we can't help but speak the things we've been convicted to speak. Gonna bring it out, gotta bring it out. You understand? So all praise and glory now to NehemiYAH. We need that roar, priest. What's good? Let's get her done.
Man, I like being into that, like, about reading PDF, the Acts of the Apostles, where, in, like, with Abraham, talking about how he was an astronomer and, like, how he was counting stars. It makes more sense to think of you. I'm like, okay, he must have been an astronomer, you know what I'm saying, to be able to count the stars like that. Like, you ask me to count the stars, like, I ain't gonna really know what to do, you know what I'm saying? But, like, talking about, like, Messiah coming to him, coming to Abraham, you know what I'm saying? And, like,
disappearing back into the invisible abodes. I say, dang, that's cold.
Yeah, that's cold. Like, how he taught, like, he came and taught Abraham all things or whatever. So, like, yeah, that was hard.
It's all good, man. It's a lot of history out there. You understand? It's a beautiful thing, man. I just be amped about what else the Most High gonna reveal in these last seconds and hours. Because you got to think about, dang, right now, when the whole earth under lockdown, pandemics and pandemics, and people folding, Israelite leaders folding, talking about get the vaccine and the jab and all that you did. Like, that's happening.
You got Israelite congregations.
Camps, congregations, all of them.
Big congregations.
Yeah, like, yeah.
The one world religion headquarters got set up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
Yeah. All praise. The Kefa say this lesson was on point. All praises. All praise to the Most High. Hallelujah. All right, y'all. We're going to face Jerusalem. We're going to pray on that. We're going to sit on back and we probably about to watch. If y'all want to join us, probably do a watch party or something. What you think? Huh?
Get the channel hit up.
Yeah. You heard me?
Put it on the newbie channel.
Yeah.
Y'all take it bigger.
That's all good. If y'all got Netflix, go ahead and throw on that young site, and we're going to watch that and get some jewels out of it.
Oh. Like, y'all brothers ready to pray.
Well, please, the Most High.
Hallelujah. Favorite man, I want to hear some of that spoken word I heard you did last night, bro. Psalm 95, y'all. I'm going to go one chapter over. Oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with songs. For YHWH is a great power, a great king above all Elohim. In his hands are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his. He made it. And his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come. Let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before YHWH'S. Our Maker. For he is our power. And we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. Today, if ye will hear his voice, harden not your heart. That's right. As in the provocation, and as in the day of temptation in the wilderness. When your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work 40 years long, was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my way. Verse 11. Unto whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest.
Hallelujah! Selah! Yahuwah! Oh, praise the Lord. What? More proof. Breathing 40 years ago.
We just read one side open.
Hey, bro, we in the wilderness 40 years going past over slaughtering, ain't we?
Bro, how we err, bro. We had not known his way. But we said we was given the law of God in the wilderness.
Yeah.
And what God laws will we give?
Right.
Oh. What laws are we giving, bro? Because the Most High said we didn't know his ways in the wilderness.
All praises, y'all. All right, y'all. So we about here. We love y'all indeed in the truth. Shout out to the house of NehemiYAH for hosting the brothers. You know what I mean? Shout out to his family. All right. Hey, abundant blessings to y'all. Shout out to our YHWH'S ride another year of wisdom for our beloved brothers. Shout out to the young snipers in the building. Them brothers are sharp. What, shoot the dime off your forehead from a mile out. You know what I mean? Fabian Bird in the building, our beloved brother from North Carolina. Bless up.
I'm from Boston.
Oh, he from Beantown. Oh, he from Beantown, son. He driving from North Carolina. All right, my bad, son. He from Beantown, son. All right. Got you. Well, you know, traveling mercy to you, my beloved brother. As you travel across this, this belly of Babylon, may you be protected. You understand? And guarded from all evil seen and unseen, my beloved brother. Bless up. Praises to the Most High. Yeah, we about to kick on back and enjoy the brethren. Enjoy the sisters and relax. You understand? Hey, peace, love, light, healing, and balance. To the faithful elect. Love y'all indeed in truth. Strap up, back up. Don't stop till you eat not.
Don't stop till we see y'all.
Praise the glory and out to the Most High. All praises, man.